extremely fast. That's a major difference, especially where I'm also living. I'm living in Switzerland, and the normal delivery time here is 2 to 3 business days. That is something that in Moscow or St. Petersburg would be considered slow. And here we would say, hey, that's actually quite okay. That's actually fast. So that's a mega difference in comparison maybe to the Central European markets, for example.
Yeah, definitely. I was just wondering, like, so I live in Vienna, Austria, and it's probably quite similar to the situation in Switzerland. And like next day delivery is typically the very, very best that a place like Amazon can offer. And other shops are, as you say, usually more within the 3 to 5 business day range, right? Interesting. Okay. I have another question regarding the internet landscape in general, right? So I'm more of a social media guy, but obviously search engines are super important SEO traffic and also paid ads on the big engines when it comes to driving e-commerce. Can you share a little bit more about that space and how it is in Russia?
Yeah. Russia is actually, in the end of the day, quite unique and can, in this case, only be also compared to maybe the Chinese market, obviously also with Baidu there, or for example, the South Korean market with Naver. In Russia, the clear market leader is Yandex, so really the local search engine. 68% of all traffic from desktop is coming on Yandex. 51% of all mobile traffic is going through Yandex. So Yandex is definitely the most important search engine in the Russian market, of course, followed by Google. And this is obviously also a quite unique situation in the Russian market in terms of search. But you mentioned right now that you obviously also like social. And worthwhile mentioning here is that Russia also has its very own social platform that is called VKontakte. And this is actually the market leader. This is the second most visited website after Yandex, after the Yandex search site, and is much bigger than, for example, Facebook. And this is also a unique situation in the Russian market where local players like Yandex, like VKontakte, are actually having a bigger share than our global players that we obviously know and we all use.
That's super interesting, right? What I think is that for me personally, I guess it would be quite a learning curve to understand all of these different players. But I guess in the end, how they operate is quite similar to the other big players that you see in other markets, right? With the added benefit that most likely you have less competition from internationals, but definitely from local players. I have another question regarding, you mentioned Google, right? Obviously Google is massive. The whole SEO landscape is typically geared towards Google and what you're gonna do there. Is SEO actually a big thing in the Russian system and on Yandex? And how can I imagine it being different to what people are used to when they work with Google?
Basically, it's really quite comparable. So that means that obviously for us, SEO is extremely important. And in Russia, SEO is as important as in any other market that we can think of right now. And also the principles actually are very, very similar also to other search engines, also, of course, in comparison directly to Google. But there's a little bit of a certain kind of what I'm calling localization also to the Yandex platform. And the tool that we are also recommending for that is obviously then also a local tool or a Yandex tool, which is the Yandex Webmaster tool. And this tool is then obviously also helping you in terms of optimizing really your SEO in the end of the day, site quality, checking of violations with the Yandex search engine, page crawling. That means checking really the content and checking the quality of the content. And this is just basically the same for us. This SEO is for most of the players bread and butter. And obviously optimization there is extremely important, and Yandex is no exception to that. So it's basically with similar principles like Google as important in terms of SEO optimization.
All right. Well, I'm very interested in the content. Obviously, SEO is a lot about the content, and I assume since you mentioned it's a similar game than Google. Content is getting more and more important. What is it that Russian people have searched for mostly over the last year or so, apart from COVID, I guess?
Exactly. I mean, let's leave COVID out of that. But what people actually did, we all spent more time at home, of course. And so did Russian people. So in Russia, in terms of COVID, there was a lockdown in the month of April 2020. And what people started searching for was do it yourself, basically. This category went absolutely through the roof. So everything that is also related to renovating your own flat, interior or new interior designs for your own flat was going absolutely through the roof. But of course, also other industries, like when I'm thinking about gaming right now, saw a huge acceleration in terms of COVID. So the traffic that also gaming clients got right now in the Russian market is quite tremendous. And of course, we also know Russia has one of the biggest publishers in terms of game development, especially in the app space. So this is obviously has been a great acceleration here, what we see in gaming. Also in dating, of course, people couldn't see each other in person. So people obviously went online to get to know each other. So also this platform was growing quite a lot. The biggest winner in terms of e-commerce, maybe just to mention here shortly, is definitely fashion. What happened here is Russian people are also adapting quite fast to a changing environment. And that means that we have seen also in the fashion industry a lot of new, unique clients that for the very first time were converting online. And we are talking here about a number of roughly 8.5 million people that were converting for the very first time online. And especially the fashion industry was going through the roof. Year over year, we are talking about 19% growth in the fashion industry, in fashion e-com. Offline, of course, has its challenges right now, but the e-coms were taking over. And all fashion brands, what we also saw locally, were investing heavily in their e-com, and there was a shift in terms of their marketing budgets, also definitely towards their e-coms, and that definitely has been one of the major, the major things that people in Russia were really looking for, searching for, and converting and buying.
Right. That's very interesting because you would think that people who spend most of their times at home don't dress up, but well, interesting finding. That's
and
great.
It's not
so
just over, exactly. It's the most funny thing is I have been in a QBR just last week with a fashion client, European fashion client, and I was showing them that the request and the search queries for suits was actually growing. And this during
just the upper parts, right? I don't know if you wear anything underneath.
Yes, but... exactly. Absolutely amazing. I mean, I was stunned myself because this is the very last category that I thought could be growing. But yeah.
Very interesting. I had a lot of conversations on this question over like the last weeks, and I'll continue to do so. It's very interesting to see what different players saw working very well over the last year. And obviously, my next question has to be, what do you see rocking for 2021 or the next 12 months, apart from hopefully travel?
Yeah, fashion is definitely going to stay strong. So this is a trend that I simply cannot see leaving in the Russian market. This will continue to grow. It has an accelerated growth also right now in 2021. And we will look at the new landscape also in 2022, because also the big marketplaces like Wildberries or also right now AliExpress from China are investing heavily in the fashion industry, heavily in fashion e-coms. And this is definitely something that we will see continuously also this year and next year. Talking about travel, that's actually very important point here. We are sitting, of course, in Central Europe right now, and we're having certain kind of limitations if we want to go abroad. It is possible, but we have definitely some certain kind of limitations. Russia is recovering much faster than Western markets right now in terms of travel. Because on one hand, it is the local travel that is really going through the roof. So travels within Russia were growing by 38% year over year, and we think that this is going to continue. But also international travel for Russians right now are more open in terms of the regulations than what we see right now in Western countries. So Russia is actually is really accelerating here as well because they are recovering. They are recovering faster. And this will definitely also be something that will not recover to 100%, especially in comparison to 2019. But we see that more and more people are actually right now also converting and looking for their travels online. That actually classical tours, classical package that were before that booked offline are also moving to the online sphere. So that's definitely a trend that I see growing, and travel will be back to where it has been and will be even stronger in the upcoming years.
I think so. I think so too. Yeah, it's just a question of timing. So we'll see how that goes. But it seems like a lot of the bigger players, especially also publishers, are actually preparing a lot for further opening up of the markets. So this is going to be interesting. It's going to be quite a bloody war, I guess, once things start shifting. Speaking of war and victory, how is Yandex actually preparing for what's coming up? I wanna get a sneak peek into what other people might not know yet, and what kind of services I might be able to use for my Russian experiments in the near future.
Yeah, Yandex first and foremost is much more than a search engine. We are also really active in different parts of our business. For example, we have, of course, also the biggest video network in the Russian market. We have the biggest display network in the Russian market. So we are also covering, obviously, the different stages of the conversion funnel, that advertisers can use with us. And we are going to furthermore invest even more in everything that is related to video, to audio visuals as well. We also have, of course, a unique platform that is called Kinopoisk in Russia. That is the Russian version of Netflix. It actually has more subscriptions than Netflix in the Russian market. And also here, this allows, of course, advertisers to book a masthead with us, for example, to book a unique advertising opportunity where you have 100% share of voice. So we are also going to continue working on that. And also we are working on content creation. So that is something that also Netflix is, of course, doing already. We are also stepping into this game. We also want to definitely play our part in this kind of trend. But Yandex also, what a lot of people don't know, Yandex is also the Russian Uber. Yandex Taxi is by far the biggest taxi service in the Russian market. Yandex Drive is the second biggest shared driving service worldwide. A lot of people are not aware of that, but Yandex Drive is also right now expanding outside of Russia. We have just entered CIS countries like Kazakhstan, for example, and we will certainly also see Yandex Drive in Europe in a couple of, maybe not months, but next year. It is something that we will definitely see. Food delivery. Yandex is the biggest food delivery platform in the Russian market with Yandex Food or Yandex Yeda. And actually, we have just launched the news this morning that we will also, with our food delivery, enter Paris and London. So I'm looking forward to this kind of projects also outside of search, coming into different markets. I'm talked about automotive, like taxi, of course, like, for example, also shared driving, but also food delivery are parts that have been accelerated or have been growing for us a lot, and will be definitely also entering different markets. So I really hope that we will see Yandex not only as a search engine in Europe, but also with all the different services, basically as a technological company that is building digital ecosystems in the end of the day for a society. And I'm very excited about this kind of market entries.
Well, that sounds like an exciting story that you guys have ahead. I'm very happy to be a little part of that journey, and I will definitely watch what you're gonna build over the years to come. Last but not least, that conversation definitely helped me understand the Russian market a bit better, and I'm intrigued. Maybe I'll just look into the Russian market and entering it with our clients and companies as well. So thank you so much, Manfred, for sharing a little bit more about Yandex, and obviously about how to go forward in the Russian market. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philip. It was a great pleasure.
Is what controls your email deliverability. If you're wondering, why am I going into spam? There's probably a couple reasons there, but your reputation is most likely one of them. And who is shaping your reputation? Like, who says if you're a good or bad sender? It's going to be those ISPs, so the inbox service providers such as Gmail or Yahoo. Depending on how you're performing in their eyes, they will then assign you a reputation, and that will then, over time, shape your deliverability. So when we're looking at email engagement metrics, there are positive engagement metrics that are positively impacting your reputation, and then there's negative engagement metrics. Those negative ones are going to then, over time, determine if you're landing in the spam folder or if you're landing straight into the user's inbox. So a positive action is going to be if a subscriber opens an email. The inbox service provider is saying like, oh, nice. This brand's subscribers are super interested in the content. They're opening the email. That looks good to me. Same with if a subscriber clicks through the email. That's showing a form of interactivity. And so Gmail or Yahoo is going to say, nice, the subscriber wanted to receive this. Same with if they see replies coming back. They're going to say, oh, good. It's a one-to-one relationship. Additionally, if a subscriber forwards an email to their friend, Gmail's going to be like, oh, wow, they really want to share this brand with their friends. However, things that will negatively impact your reputation are over time in large volumes. If it happens once, it's not going to like cause you to go to spam forever. But over time, if you operate these things with high volumes, you're going to see negative impacts. So the first one is if a subscriber deletes an email before opening. Because that's essentially telling the inbox that they're like, not today. And if that happens in large volumes every single time, one, your open rates are going to be really small, right? But it's just signaling to the ISP that your subscribers don't really want to hear from you. And then secondly, we have if a subscriber unsubscribes. And that's okay too, and I'll dive into that in a little bit from now. But in large volumes, high unsubscribe rates are going to negatively impact your deliverability. And then this is a given. If a subscriber marks you as spam, you know, it can happen, but it's essentially saying to the ISP that the subscriber never opted into receiving your content, and they're signaling directly to the ISP that they do not want to hear from you. And then finally, if a subscriber email address bounces, it's signaling to the ISP that you did not potentially collect their email address in the right way, or they've entered a typo and you could care less about validating it. But not to scare you, we'll go into the fun stuff now. So first and foremost, we have the open rate. It's the most basic engagement metric you can look at, and it's going to showcase the percentage of subscribers that open your email. And what you ideally want to look for, keeping in mind that this is a super broad percentage here, keeping in mind that all of you guys on the other side of watching this are in unique businesses and unique industries, you want to aim for an open rate of 10 to 20%, if not way higher. But if you're looking for like a pulse check on, is my email okay? 10 to 20% is fine. And what I do want to say is give your subscribers time to open your email. I, for one, check my email like every few hours, at least, maybe every 5 minutes. But on a Saturday or Sunday, I'm not checking my email at all. So when you are scheduling campaigns out, such as a newsletter, give your subscribers time to go into their inbox and open that email, not right away. Oftentimes I hear from management over my past kind of just under 5 years of experience, we'll launch a newsletter and I'll get a ping 5 minutes later saying, how's it looking? I'm like, we just launched it 5 minutes ago, give the people time. And so before you jump to conclusions, I usually say, give it around 72 hours. Let it just take its time. So if you're wondering, all right, what goes into an open rate? We've got a bunch of different factors. So the first is inbox placement, obviously. Has it landed in the inbox or has it gone into spam? I frequently do check my spam just in case something slipped in there, but more oftentimes than not, if an email goes into spam, I'm never going to open it. And that's a whole other topic, so don't stress about it. But at a minimum, open rate is influenced by inbox placement. And then it's influenced by subject line. So the subject line that you decide to put on your email at send time is really the only thing a subscriber is going to see that will determine if they want to open that email or not. So an example that I've included on the right here from Jen, I had signed up to a webinar the day prior. I wasn't able to make it. And the next day she sends me this email with a direct subject line that says, your replay live for 24 hours. And because she was so clear and direct in that subject line, I knew that I wanted to open that email because I was waiting for it. If she had included a piece of content that maybe didn't directly reference it, I might not have opened it. But it also plays into my third factor here. An open rate is also influenced by the previous relationship that that subscriber has to you. So I was waiting for an email from Jen because I had signed up to receive them. I was knowing that she was going to email me at a certain time. It didn't come out of the blue. So keeping in mind that oftentimes subscribers will start to remember that predictable cadence of email sending, and they will open emails that they're expecting to receive from you. And then the last factor here of what goes into influencing an open rate is actually tracking abilities. So I'm sure we've all seen this little message clipped thing on Gmail. And this message clipped piece happens when the email is too big. It comes in and it's usually over 102 kilobytes and it's clipped. And what happens is an email open is actually tracked by this little tiny image pixel that lives at the very, very bottom of the email code. And when the whole email doesn't render, that tracking pixel will never be tracked. So that open rate won't be reported back. So let's say you send out an email to 100 people and 30% of them are, 30 of those users are a Gmail user, but the message clips for them. You're probably not going to get any of those open rates back unless they click view entire message, and then that image loads at the bottom. Another reason why this open pixel might not be tracked is if a subscriber has images off. And people do this. People turn their images off in their emails quite frequently because they don't want to be tracked. Or for me, I might have a horrible Wi-Fi connection and the images won't load. So something to keep in mind. Now, if you're looking to kind of understand ways of increasing your open rate, we've got somewhere to start for you. So don't be stressing. For the subject line, my opinion is be direct. Don't deceive your users. So provide the value prop of your email in that subject line. You have nothing to lose. And then secondly is avoid image-only emails. I see a lot of brands these days create these beautifully designed emails because email design capabilities can be quite limiting. And creating an image is often easier with Canva and Photoshop these days. The capabilities are really right in your hands. But the problem with image-only emails is, once again, if you do have those images off, you're not going to see anything. So a beautiful design isn't worth it if your subscriber can't see anything anyways. So balance out that imagery and text within the email. And don't have that text just live over your image, because if the image is off, they're not going to see it. And I usually recommend a 60-40 approach. So 60% image, at least 40% text. And that's pretty good in the eyes of ISPs as well. And then finally is develop a predictable sending cadence so that your subscriber knows what to expect from you. And I'm not saying like, oh, you have to send every week at a specific time. I'm more so saying prime your users at time of sign up for what they can expect to receive from you and be consistent with it. Right, the more fun part now. So click-through rate. This is the percentage of subscribers that click through your email. And there are usually a couple different ways to measure click-through rate. There's one that measures the click-through rate out of the total amount of emails delivered. And there is the other one, which is unique click-through rate, which in my opinion is a better measurement, that displays the amount of users that clicked through the email after they opened it. So usually you'll see a little bit of a higher percentage. And once again, broadly speaking, you want a click-through rate of around 5 to 10%. It can obviously be way higher, but this metric is going to be based on multiple factors as well. The first being the call to action. So what are you asking your user to do? And then the value that that subscriber perceives from going through with that call to action. Is it the right time? Do they want to purchase something right now? And this is also a really important thing that I want to call out is you don't always need to be improving click-through rate. You can be providing email or value within the email itself, and that's enough sometimes. So there are a lot of emails that I see that don't necessarily need that main call to action, and therefore from a brand side, I wouldn't expect the click-through rate to be super, super high. And examples of emails that maybe wouldn't need a click-through rate would be a transaction notification. I'm getting my phone bill notified via email saying you've paid, and I'm like, thank you. There's nothing there for me to click. It's a notification, right? And then secondly is an educational email. All of the value that that email is to provide is within the email itself, and I don't need to leave that email. I can sit down on my couch with a cup of coffee and just read through it. A newsletter is a great example. And then finally, maybe an introduction piece. I do see a lot of brands send that initial welcome email saying like, hi, nice to meet you. We're so excited that you've signed up. And oftentimes it can be that soft sell approach that doesn't necessarily push buying something right then and there. And so there would be no click-through rate, or maybe a little bit of a one, maybe someone's like clicking through the website banner, but the goal wouldn't be to drive that action. And if you want to think about how to improve your click-through rate, start to frame your thinking of what action am I encouraging a user to take? Can I be more clear and direct, or do I need to provide more context to my user? Do they need like more of a push as to why they should click through the email? And then is the call to action clear? So sometimes like a see more or view now, the subscriber might be like, but why? What am I getting out of that? So lots of ways to start to shift your thinking when it comes to click-through rate. Now we have the doom, the negative impacts to your reputation is the unsubscribe rate. And this is the percentage of subscribers that will then go in and opt out of your emails. It is a metric, as I mentioned, that will negatively impact your email reputation if in high volumes it's done over time. And so if you're looking for a benchmark where to put yourself, this is a pretty broad benchmark of 0.2% to 0.5%. 0.2 is probably the norm and where you want to aim to be. Anything consistently over 0.5%, I'm going to say that your subscribers are not getting what you promised them at time of sign up, and therefore they're opting out. This is also a metric to take with a grain of salt, because you do need to look at the total number of email sends compared to the amount of people that unsubscribed. So if I send out an email to 10 people and one of them unsubscribes, that's an unsubscribe rate of 10%. And I'm not raising alarm bells because I know that that's proportionally, it's okay. Things happen, people unsubscribe. That's what I want to talk about here too, is that unsubscribes are okay sometimes. Preferences change, people get older. That maybe mini fridge email list that I signed up for when I was moving into my very first dorm room in university, I don't need a mini fridge anymore. I've grown up. I need a big fridge. I have a home now. So my preferences have changed since entering an email list. And that's something that everyone needs to realize too, is that people grow up and I'm allowed to unsubscribe. And secondly, your brand probably has changed as well over the period of time that you've been operating. If you were a mini fridge company and now all of a sudden you're selling fridges, that's a completely different shift, and the initial audience that you were speaking to might not be interested in couches. So they go hand in hand. But there's also a really important thing here, which is let go of your subscribers before they let go of you. And I want to talk about list hygiene here, because I see a lot of brands tout a massive email list size, but they don't talk about how that email list performs. Are they actually active? Are they engaged? So list size doesn't really matter if sending to that large list size is only negatively impacting you. I think it's much better to have great engagement with a smaller audience than have horrible engagement rates for the clout of saying like, oh, I've got 2 million email subscribers, but only 20% of them click through my email, which is still okay. That's what I said was an okay metric. But let's say that you have a 5% open rate. Your people have been on your list for years and your unsubscribe rates are through the roof. So I always recommend removing subscribers from your list, just leaving them out of the large blanket sends when they haven't opened any emails from you in the past 6 months. So if you're sending a newsletter every week and for 6 months straight, people don't open your email, just maybe leave them off, right? So if you want to know how to improve your unsubscribe rate, there's a couple things we can focus on here. So the first is frequency. Is my sending cadence too much for my subscribers? Are they unsubscribing because I'm taking up too much weight in their inbox? Play around with that. I always recommend testing. There's no harm in doing more emails and seeing if there's a higher unsubscribe rate on a month-over-month basis versus pulling it back a little bit. Secondly is the value prop. Are my emails still providing my subscriber as much value as they provide my business? So what was that initial promise you made a subscriber when they opted into receiving emails from you? And are you still providing that to them, or are you just continually encouraging them to buy your products? Did you also say you were going to give them resources or any kind of like one-off content? External circumstances, this is a big one too. Is this the right time to be sending an email? I think over the past couple years, we've really leaned into the aspect of empathy in marketing. And as marketers, we do need to ask ourselves, like, is this appropriate to send now? How will the audience react? Is there a better time to be sending this? And then finally, Preference Center. This isn't available to all marketers. It does provide, a lot of value to your subscriber if they can opt out or opt down of different topics, but it is a little bit of legwork initially to set up. So if you are seeing your unsubscribe rate pacing a little bit higher than the benchmark I suggested, this is where I think you could kind of lean in to figuring out how to decrease that. So off to the fun stuff here. Here's some baseline strategy to start with. And I think you need to start with thinking about how to develop a predictable cadence of sends. And in just defining terms, you need to figure out how to do lifecycle marketing. So from the moment you get that new email subscriber, what can you be doing over email to welcome them into your program? Normally I'd say like, oh, welcome email. And then the second piece in the customer's life cycle is getting them to read your emails. So what value are you providing them in the initial week, in the initial month, where they're like, oh yeah, these are emails I want to receive. And then you want to get that user to convert through your main call to action. Whatever your revenue goal is, whether it's a SaaS company driving a subscription or an e-commerce company, you want that user to buy a dress or a tux, you got to get them to convert. And then with that, even though they've converted, you want that email subscriber to stay subscribed and engaged over time. So what can you be doing for them via email after they've converted so that you can hit that last thing there, which is you've developed a loyal subscriber and they're going to refer their friends. They're going to become an advocate for you. So here's some examples of this first piece. as soon as you have that subscriber opt into your email content, you could be sending them a welcome email. A lot of ESPs have these out-of-the-box solutions where you can have that email be sent automatically when they collect a new email address. So you could personalize that a little bit better, put in a first name, throw in maybe a sign off from you as the CEO or the marketing director. Secondly, you have the option to kind of come up with an onboarding email, provide them with some initial education-based content on what they've opted into. You could go the soft sell route, aim at building a relationship with your subscriber, or you could go for the hard sell, like immediately you're like, buy my product. So being direct with your business value. And it's kind of up to you to figure out what balance you want to strike. There's no right or wrong answer. Test it out. So now you've got the first week, and this is the time when your subscriber will be engaged with your email program the most out of all times. So you have the option to do a nurture campaign. You're like, hey, you signed up. What are you doing? Do you want to convert? Can we help you? And that leads into onboarding. Maybe you want to educate them on the product that they've signed up to. Or maybe they haven't finished sign up. So in that first week, you want to prompt them or have those touching points, which will then continue their sign up process and towards that conversion goal. And if they're super close to that conversion goal and you're trying to get them over the mark, this is going to be where that subscriber converts or activates. It'll depend on how you define it. But we have a classic abandoned cart campaign when a user adds something to their cart, but they don't necessarily convert right away. And same with browse abandonment. Maybe they're browsing, they're logged in, send them an email. Say, hey, we see ya. Don't be creepy. And then we have promotions too. Maybe you're having a sale. That's a huge way to convert customers. People love discounts. I love a discount. You love a discount. And then you could also play around with this follow-up from the initial welcome email. Hey, my name's Naomi. Saw that you came to my website. Just wondering if I can help. So providing that kind of personalization element. When we're talking long-term relationship building, you want to keep that subscriber engaged over time. You want them to recognize your name in their inbox and be like, oh yeah, it's Naomi. I love that. So you've got newsletters. You have product announcements and updates. Maybe you have emails related to key events a subscriber may interact with. So I'm thinking Headspace. They send me an email after I meditate for 30 days. I'm like, thank you. I meditated really hard. Thank you for acknowledging that. And then you've got a win back campaign. Maybe I don't meditate for 30 days. And Headspace is like, are you okay? And I'm like, no. But yes, I'll meditate again. And so they've won me back. And now we are talking about loyalty. So how to encourage a subscriber to become that advocate that then shares your platform or your website, or maybe just your email sign up form if you just do a newsletter, to their friends. So they're becoming your own salesperson. Instead of doing all these paid ads, trying to get people to sign up, you could have a subscriber do the work for you. So we're talking referral programs. Morning Brew has a really, really good one, whereby at the bottom of the email, they have a unique link. And if I get 5 people to sign up to Morning Brew's email list, I get a sticker, which is fantastic. You could also be doing reactivation campaigns. So acknowledging that a user was super active at one point, but maybe fell off the bandwagon, that's okay too. As a brand, you just want to be there for them, support them. And then furthermore, acknowledgement of loyalty. Sometimes just an acknowledgement email being like, look at all the stuff you did. Like the Spotify's Wrapped email. I think that's a favorite for everyone. You know the email I'm talking about. You get it at the end of the year. It tells you your top songs. That's essentially like an acknowledgement of loyalty, because I've used the platform so much that I've listened to like 5 hours of Harry Styles in a month, in a day. I like seeing that. So as we wrap up here, I want to thank you for kind of sticking around with me to walk over some basic email engagement metrics. I know that looking at data in an ESP can be daunting. So lean into those engagement metrics and start to come up with hypotheses on where you can change and iterate. Every brand is unique, so don't forget that. No successful campaign can be perfectly replicated. You have to test because you're unique. And then just remember to apply empathy when you are iterating. So does my subscriber want to hear from me? Are they tired of me? Can I be doing this better? And that's it. Thanks so much for coming out. I really appreciate it, and I hope that you did find this valuable. Let me know.
Now, I am really excited for this presentation because it is one of my favorite things to talk about, persuasion. In this presentation, I'm going to take you step by step through my wheel of persuasion, the 6 P's that all great copywriters and marketers need in order to build trust, create believability, and inspire action. Because I am here to tell you that no matter where you are at on your entrepreneurial journey, or how incredible, valuable, amazing, game-changing, or effective your product or service is, you will never be able to truly help people, earn a lot of money, or make an impact on the planet if you don't know how to persuade people to take action through the power of your words. As I like to say, the right phrase pays, especially right now as more and more businesses and events go virtual. You as entrepreneurs need to get really, really good at communicating online in order to stay alive and thrive in this fast-changing environment. And that is what I'm here to help you with today. Now, before we get to the content I have planned for you, I want to take a minute to just introduce myself. My name is Alex Catoni, and I'm a marketer, copywriter, and the founder of the Copy Posse, the raddest, baddest crew of copywriters on the internet. So I got my start in the online marketing world way back in 2008 when I packed up my entire life and moved across the world to Malaysia to accept an internship at a startup called Mindvalley. You might have heard of it. Today, Mindvalley is the leading online publisher of personal growth programs, and I was honored to be part of the executive team that helped grow the company to over 8 figures in annual revenue over a decade ago. I left Mindvalley in 2011 and started my boutique marketing and copywriting agency. Over the last 10 years, I've had the honor of working with and writing for some of the hottest personal growth brands on the planet, helping them build community, create authority, and massively increase profits through my email marketing campaigns, list monetization strategies, and multi-million-dollar sales funnels. I'm also the co-host of the exclusive Flight Club Mastermind, a high-end event for experienced online marketers and entrepreneurs looking to scale their businesses with cutting-edge marketing strategies and conscious collaboration. In 2019, I launched my education platform, the Copy Posse Academy. And through my fast-growing YouTube channel, social communities, and my Copy Posse programs, I've had the pleasure of helping thousands of entrepreneurs and copywriters ignite their businesses with words that work. Today, the Copy Posse community has grown to over 100,000 students, subscribers, and followers worldwide, all who share a passion for creating community, credibility, and conversions with nothing but powerful and precise wording. And I'm honored to be here on the AdWorld stage to help you do the same. During this exclusive presentation, I'm going to reveal 6 proven writing prompts that will help you indoctrinate, educate, and empathize with your products so that they believe in your product and actually want to buy it. Yes, isn't that the goal of everyone who markets on the internet? This is my wheel of persuasion, or the 6 P's you should incorporate into your marketing, copywriting, and sales scripts to become insanely more persuasive and increase conversions across the board. Now, the first thing I want to say is this. There are no magic words that you can say or write to instantly hypnotize your audience to get them to take out their credit card and give you money. I want to make something really clear. When I say become insanely more persuasive, I am not talking about using hypey or misleading marketing tactics, because frankly, I just don't vibe with any of that, and that is why I started the Copy Posse, a global crew of copywriters who are committed to authentically solving problems and using their powers of persuasion to create positive change. My wheel of persuasion is a proven formula to help you more authentically and accurately communicate, add insane value, and sell more products and services that genuinely help people. So before we dive in, I want to talk about one of the biggest mistakes that I see marketers and entrepreneurs make in their copywriting, and it is this. Their sales message goes right from problem to product in no time flat. Like, oh, you're stressed? Buy my stuff. Oh, you have back pain? Buy my stuff. Oh, you can't sleep? No worries, buy my stuff. And then they wonder why no one is buying their stuff. So can you guess what the conversion killer is there? Yeah, even if you've correctly identified your prospect's core problem, you're not empathizing with their pain, distress, or discomfort. You are not providing a believable solution that will help them overcome that pain. You are not building any sort of credibility or authority, and you are not explaining why your stuff is the stuff that will help them better than anything else they may have tried before. Which means, as a marketer, you are making the incredibly costly mistake of assumption. You're assuming your prospects know what they need, why they need it, why other solutions haven't worked, why you can help them, and why they should trust you. So, you focus simply on selling your product. Going straight from problem to product in your copywriting is like trying to convince your prospect to cross a raging, roaring river of doubt and skepticism by selling them just a paddle. When what they really need to even just dip their toe in that river is a sturdy and reliable raft, maybe a life jacket, and an expert guide that they can trust to guide them safely to the other side with the said paddle. So see where I'm going with this? It doesn't matter if you're offering the most irresistible deal you can possibly think of on your product. If they don't believe the product can help them, they are not going to buy it. So I'll often hear people say, well, this isn't converting, so I guess we just need to discount it further. But listen, changing the offer is not always the answer. In fact, it rarely is. That paddle could be marked down to $1 and your prospect will still say, yeah, no thanks, if they don't believe it will help them solve their problem. Remember, people don't buy your product, they buy the outcome of your product. Let me say that again. People don't buy your product, they buy the outcome of your product. So as a marketer or a copywriter, you need to meet your prospect where they are at by empathizing with and validating what they're going through and assuring them that you have found a way to get them out of their currently frustrating status quo, whatever that might look like. So with that, allow me to introduce you to my wheel of persuasion, the 6 P's that all great copywriters need in order to build trust, create believability, and yes, inspire action. For each P, I'm going to share a writing prompt or question you must answer along with a quick formula to guide you. So get out a pen and a notebook. I highly recommend you take notes because I use this as the foundation for all of my offers and email sequences. And yes, I'll be sharing an example that will showcase each step along the way. All right, so P number 1, the problem. Yes, you saw this one coming. The wheel of persuasion starts with answering the question, what is the core problem you are helping solve? As human beings, we're unfortunately hardwired to avoid pain above gaining pleasure. This means that in our most natural state, we respond to problems way more urgently than we do solutions. Most of the time, your prospects know what their problem is, unless you're talking to a completely unaware audience. But think of it this way. If people are out there searching for a solution, chances are they have a good idea of what problem they might need help with. So maybe it's insomnia, or stress, or debt, or lack of clients, or chronic back pain. So for the sake of this presentation, let's use that back pain as an example because it's relatable and easy for everyone to understand. So let's say I'm selling a back pain program to help athletes. So let's go ahead and fill that into the wheel of persuasion under the first P using this formula. I help audience with problem, or I help athletes with back pain. Now, if you have back pain, you know you have back pain, trust me. So if you find me on your search for a solution, you do not want to hear me explain about all the different ways you could have hurt your back. I mean, your back hurts, that is why you are here. There is only so much I can tell you about that one overarching problem before you're like, yes, I know already. Now, while identifying the problem is an important starting point to let people know they're in the right place, like, good, they help people like me who have back pain, you don't stop there. Remember, you have back pain, so buy my stuff doesn't exactly sell. A flat wheel doesn't turn. So to get that wheel turning and that scroll rolling, you want to communicate with empathy to build trust and relate to what your prospect is experiencing, which is where P number 2 comes in, the pain. So at this step of the formula, you want to answer the question, what are the negative feelings, emotions, or side effects your prospect is experiencing as a result of that core problem? It's important to address the prospect's pain early on and validate whatever concerns they have. But instead of making them feel alienated, misunderstood, or attacked, the messaging needs to make them feel supported, understood, and heard. So let's talk about problem versus pain for a hot second because it can be easy to confuse the two. Just remember this, the problem is not the pain. The problem is what causes the pain. So to identify relatable pain points, imagine yourself in your prospect's shoes. Identify the negative feelings and emotions that your customer is experiencing as a result of the problem. Now, pain doesn't always have to be super heavy or deep stuff. Depending on the nature of your product, it could be as simple as frustration, inconvenience, distress, or discomfort. But no matter what, be as specific as you can. Specificity makes pain more universal. Yeah, specificity makes pain more universal because everyone can relate to specific emotions and think of a time when they felt that way. So when you first focus on the emotions your prospect is feeling, it will then allow you to explore more specific issues or side effects that they are experiencing as a result of that larger problem, and ultimately help you, the copywriter, marketer, and entrepreneur, go deeper into understanding your prospect's pain. So use this formula to identify pain points. You are negative emotion, experience pain because specific problem. And do this as many times as you need to end up with a bunch of different pain points. So again, going back to the back pain example, you are frustrated because you can't sit for long periods of time at work. You're sad because you can't pick up your kids. You're feeling helpless because you can't work out, clean the house, or even carry groceries. And the list goes on and on. So let's go ahead and add those pain points into the wheel of persuasion. All right, so after addressing your prospect's problem and pain with empathy, it is now time to introduce a promising and believable solution, or what I call P number 3, the prescription. So at this step, you want to answer the question, what is the solution, secret, or discovery to overcome the problem? Now, it's important to note here that the prescription is not the product. Not yet anyways. The prescription rather is a specialized method, approach, discovery, or tool that can help your prospect remedy their pain. That will, of course, later be introduced as the foundation or the unique selling proposition of your product. At this point, the goal, though, is to get people to believe that this is the solution they need. So let's go back to the back pain example. A solution you may need to heal and overcome your back pain might be, say, easy and simple yoga exercises that you can do at home. Now, notice how I didn't mention anything about a specific product just yet. When your prospect first believes in the solution and how it can help them, selling becomes so much easier. It gets them one step closer to saying yes to your product. So use this formula to identify your solution. To overcome problem, you need unique solution. So to overcome your back pain, you need easy and simple yoga exercises that you can do yourself at home. So go ahead and add that into the wheel of persuasion. Now, once a believable solution is presented, we then do what I call P number 4, the pivot. Pivot! Oh my gosh. Every time I say that word, I am reminded of that episode of Friends where Ross is in the stairwell with the couch and he's yelling, pivot! This is where you want to pivot from them, your prospect, to you, the person who can help them. Now, this part of the formula does not have to be long. After all, copywriting 101, you do not want to me all over the place. Keep the focus on your reader as much as possible. But of course, you still need to communicate who you are and why you're uniquely qualified to sell this product. So answer the question, what's your mission? reason or inspiration for creating the product. Maybe include a personal short story, not a novel, credibility factors, and credentials to build your authority. So you basically want to address that doubt and skepticism. Why should I listen to you? So try the following formula. I'm on a mission to, insert mission, because, reason why, and I discovered, unique solution, to help, core benefit. So again, going to the back pain example, maybe I share a story about how I'm on a mission to help other athletes get back on their feet and live a pain-free life because I've been an athlete my whole life, but I've suffered from chronic back pain and sciatica issues after a biking injury. And I discovered simple yoga techniques and stretches to help you make your back pain go away permanently. See what I did there? All right, so now let's go ahead and plug that into the wheel of persuasion, and then let's move on to P number 5, positioning. Okay, so you've identified your prospect's core problem, you empathize with their pain, you've presented a believable solution, and you shared how you're uniquely qualified to help them. Next, you want to answer the question, why have similar solutions not worked for your prospect in the past? Well, the best way to answer that is to address head-on why other solutions that claim to solve the same problem and pain points have not worked or just aren't as effective. So try using this formula for as many different alternate solutions as you can think up. Maybe you've tried or thought of alternative solution, but another problem. So going back to the back pain example, you could say, maybe you've tried physiotherapy treatments, but they don't work or the results are temporary. Or maybe you've thought about surgery, but it's risky. Or maybe you've tried medication, but it's only a Band-Aid solution with short-term relief. So you can go ahead and plug those positioning statements into your wheel of persuasion. And ta-da! You have gently guided your prospect across that river of doubt and skepticism to seamlessly transition to number 6, your product. So this is where you introduce your product and share why your product is the solution they've been searching for. You want to clearly answer the question, how have you made the solution better, simpler, faster, or easier to achieve? The answer to this question is most often the foundation of your product's USP or unique selling proposition. Or in other words, what makes it special, unique, or different. So try using this formula. The best, simplest, fastest, easiest way to overcome core problem is unique solution, that unique positioning. So going back to the example, the best and easiest way to overcome back pain is to follow easy and simple yoga exercises that you can do to restore your body's natural strength and alignment. Introducing Back Magic, simple yoga exercises to overcome back pain naturally and easily. I made that up, but see how much more authentic and aligned that feels? When you use this simple 6-step formula before presenting your offer, you don't have to feel like you're bashing your prospects over the head a million times with a limited time discount or a special sale and hoping they buy. So let's take a look at that completed wheel. So first, you correctly identify your prospect's problem. Next, empathize with their pain while creating a need and desire for a solution. Then introduce a believable prescription that will help them overcome that pain. Next, pivot from them to you and convince them why you are the expert or brand who can help them. Then position your solution as the simpler, easier, faster way to get the results they're looking for. And lastly, introduce your product. So when you look at your completed wheel of persuasion, you can clearly see an entire snapshot of what your product is, why it matters, how it helps, and how it's unique. Then, of course, after you introduce your product, you can go into all the offer specifics about what's included, all the bells and whistles, bonuses, and of course, the reasons why they should buy right now. By doing this, you're actually easing them into the sale by accurately and authentically communicating and meeting them where they are at. So there you have it, the 6 Ps that all great copywriters need in order to build trust, create believability, and inspire action. You got problem, you got pain, you got prescription, pivot, positioning, and of course, the product. So go ahead and create your own wheel of persuasion as the foundation for every single sales campaign you write to help you authentically and accurately communicate, add insane value, and increase conversions across the board. So I like to use this formula on my sales pages, basically under the headline and over the offer, or stretched out over an indoctrination email sequence. It is truly the gift that keeps on giving, and I cannot wait to hear what you guys think. So I hope you found this presentation helpful. Enjoy the rest of your time at AdWorld, and make sure to get up and stretch that back every now and again. Thank you so much for joining me here on this presentation, and thanks again to the team at AdWorld for having me. If you want to connect with me, DM me on Instagram over at CopyPosse, and let me know that you joined me at AdWorld. And for more video tutorials like this one, you can catch me on YouTube. Thanks again, and enjoy the rest of the event. Until next time, I'm Alex. Ciao for now.
The stage is yours. Let's go, Tim.
Welcome, Tim Silo. It's a pleasure to have you with us at AdWorld today. Our audience has been really excited for this interview, and I'm sure we're going to get to learn a lot of great things about content marketing, SEO, and obviously talking about the ROI of content marketing.
Thanks a lot for inviting me, Bill. Excited to talk about these things.
All right, so let's get to it. So you talk about the ROI of content marketing, being almost impossible to calculate. Why do you think that is the case? I mean, we do have so many analytical tools and attribution tools available nowadays.
So ROI of content marketing is the topic that has been creating debate all over the marketing circles for quite a while. And actually, to challenge the ability to calculate the ROI of content marketing, I have two quite vivid examples.
Mm-hmm.
So think about it. What is ROI? ROI is when you put in some dollars to kind of create something into a certain activity, and you want to get kind of more dollars back. So
Sure.
With calculating how many dollars you put into your content, it is more or less straightforward, because you can calculate how many times people have spent on creating a piece of content, whether or not you had to include any images there, how much you spent on promoting this content, and all that. So calculating the investment is rather simple. Now, what about the outcome? One of the things that content can do for you is it can educate your customers on how to use your software, which then leads to less questions to your customer support team. Now, some people might immediately ask me, Tim, how do you know that your content actually reduces the number of questions that your customer support team gets? And yeah, we don't actually track that. I think it's a nightmare to track this kind of thing, but I do know that it works, and here's why. Because I see the conversations that happen in our Facebook community, where one customer of ours would ask some question, and another customer of ours would link to an article from our blog, which they have consumed before, so they don't have this question anymore. So not only people don't ask questions to our support team, they also can help fellow customers of Ahrefs if you have a community.
Yeah.
How do you calculate ROI of that? How do you calculate the ROI of not having to hire one more customer support employee or two more customer support employees, or maybe calculate the mental sanity that you allow your customer support representatives while they don't have huge load of customer support chats? So this is one example. Here's another example. If you create something useful on your website, like a piece of content that other people want to talk about and reference, think about it. Some bloggers in your industry might create their own piece of content that would reference your work, and they might link to it. So you are now getting brand exposure on their blog, and you don't have like analytics access to their blog. Yes, sure, you kind of can track your referral traffic that you're getting from this article, but things might not be as simple. They might just say, this, for example, this research was done by a SEO company called Ahrefs, which is my favorite tool, blah, 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 blah. So they mentioned you, and the person doesn't necessarily have to click the link and go to your website, but they can just remember it for the next time. So how do you calculate the ROI of those things? And so our conversation today was suggested by my recent tweet thread about the ROI of content marketing. And I actually suggested 10 examples of how we think and how we see that we are getting the return of investment on the investment in content, and why it is so hard to calculate. So these were just 2 examples of why it is so hard to calculate the actual ROI, like the full ROI.
Yeah. So it obviously feels like you have a more qualitative view to it, given that you have been able to see like across the buyer's journey and across the business that content has been helping, as you said, with like even a few examples like that. I'm curious, like, do you actually track any metrics, or have you just seen an improvement across the business overall while doing content marketing for Ahrefs?
Yeah, so there are a few metrics that we track, but not that they have anything to do with the ROI, namely like how many dollars we're getting out of investing a certain number of dollars into content. So one super important thing that we track is if our content ranks at the top of Google for the topics that we're targeting. Because if your product is lucky enough to be in the industry where people are actively searching for the solution. So there are some products that people know exist, and so they search for them, or the problems that people know they have, and they search to solve this problem. And there are problems and products that people don't know of, so they wouldn't search for them. So you have to advertise to them rather than wait for them to search for you. So if you are lucky enough to be in the industry where people can search for you, or like for the things that you do, or the problems that they have that you can help them with, you have to be ranking at the top, because this is a lot of free traffic that is highly engaged and that is highly committed to solving their problem. So one thing that we absolutely monitor, whether it is a metric or not, we look at how many of our articles that are addressing specific search queries, specific problems that people are searching for in Google, how many of them are ranking at the top. So this is our goal. We want to rank number one for pretty much everything that we publish on our blog. Okay. In a similar way, we also track our search traffic. So because some problem that people search for, some search query, it might be super popular, so it might be bringing you thousands of people to your website. Another query might be not as popular. So we also want to know, like, if we are even addressing the search queries that are popular, and how the total amount of people that are visiting our website is changing over time. So these are the things we're tracking. And then we have some kind of side clues. So for example, like I just explained, when someone mentions your piece of content on their own website, they're linking to it, they're saying, they're giving some praise to it, they're saying how awesome it is and how useful it is. We look out for those mentions. So if people naturally link to us, reference our work and saying good things about it, this means that we are building our authority in the industry. This means that people perceive us as thought leaders in the industry. Because if you publish content, if you publish your ideas on your blog and no one cares, no one links to them, no one is tweeting them, no one is discussing them on Reddit, or maybe in some Slack communities or on forums, or even on conferences, sometimes we even see our content in slides of people who are presenting from stage in different conferences. So I wonder if while watching AdWorld, I will see some of the research studies that we've done or statistics that we have measured within our data. So yeah, we look for those clues to understand if our content helps us helps us build our reputation in the industry. So this is more or less how we kind of try to gauge if we are doing good work with our content marketing.
Yeah, that was going to be exactly my point, because if you're not tracking the ROI directly, you know, you obviously know that it has an impact on your business, but at the end of the day, like, how do you optimize? How do you make sure that, you know, topic A is a good one, or that we've done a good job at representing what the audience is looking for with that topic? And, you know, some of the points from your tweet mentioned, you know, things that are like further across the funnel and further down towards the purchase, and even like support when putting together these pieces of content. So I actually wanted to ask, like, you know, how do you break down like the customer journey, the buyer's journey? If you do that, then how do you position content across the buyer journey? Like, does it look any different? Does it have like a different format or any approach to it?
So this is a very interesting question. I continuously think about this buyer's journey and those like terms like top of the funnel content, middle of the funnel content, bottom of the funnel content, tofu, bofu, mofu, something like a menu of hip fusion restaurant. So and I'm trying to understand, like, why would someone, like, can you take someone who is like at the bottom of the funnel, for example, they search for marketing software. That is, like, again, it is debatable. Where would you put this search query? Is it top of the funnel? Is it middle of the funnel? Is it bottom of the funnel? It depends actually on the situation with every specific customer. So for someone is searching for marketing software because they need to buy it today. So they're very much bottom of the funnel. Whatever like a reasonable marketing software that they will be able to find, they're buying it today because they need report to their like boss or something. Someone else is just looking for like what kind of marketing software exists because they want to consider it. So this is the first problem with the trying to assign specific search queries or specific topics to a place in the funnel. Another issue is if someone is looking for marketing software and they're just doing their top of the funnel research, so they want to understand what kind of software exists. Is there a way to convert them and walk them through those like stages of like consideration, desire, action, blah, 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 within one landing page or within one article? I say you can do this if you understand your customer well, and if you have a great product, and if you can address the potential questions that or concerns that a person searching for marketing software might have. You might as well take them from the top of the funnel to the bottom of the funnel while they're reading one single article. And then another interesting thing is a lot of people are discussing that you should have different content strategy for people who have who are looking for your product, or like who are about to become your customers, your prospective customers. And then once they sign up, you have to do something else for them. You have to create some other form of content. Like I never understood this. Something like that. I never understood this, and I tried to crack like this nut in my head, like why would it work this way? Because in my opinion, a lot of people make a purchasing decision and make all their research before signing up to your software. So the reason they sign up for your software is because they consumed all the content that you have. They studied what kind of features you have and what kind of use cases you have and what kind of problems your software or your product can help them with. And this is why they're signing up for this, and they have a pretty much specific to-do list of things they want to do. So after they sign up, they don't really need your content much, because your content did the job of educating them. You educated them, and this is the reason why they are now paying you, because they know what your product does. So what kind of like how the content would be different once they sign up? I don't see this. Whenever you release a new feature, like the first urge is of course to create some piece of content that would explain how to use this feature and send it to your existing customers. Of course this makes sense, because those people are already paying, so they might appreciate knowing that you have some new feature that can help them with something new. But why won't your prospective customers not appreciate knowing that you are now solving one more problem for them? So I don't really see how to like what is the difference between addressing your content to people who are your customers already versus people who are like in consideration state. So at Ahrefs, we simply create content that addresses all sorts of problems that our product helps with, and that content, like, it's up to people when they want to find this piece of content. Usually they would have a problem, they would come to us, and they would discover this piece of content.
That's quite interesting, and I think it like contradicts what a lot of like the status quo says, especially about SaaS companies, that you need to have content that drives awareness in your blog, and people get to that, they'll somehow make it the sign up form or the sign up page, and then you'll nurture them with like email nurturing content, which is
nurture is another thing I don't understand. Like why, especially like drip feeding. Why would you drip feed like a single piece of advice like per day or per week to people? I'm sure that some of your customers who like signed up for your software, they might have allocated like 3 hours on their like Monday morning to study your software and perform a specific task. And you're only sending them like one piece of knowledge and like hiding everything else from them. So why don't you give them everything you have and make it up to them to decide if they want to do it or not? So I think a lot of these strategies, they come from kind of scammier side of marketing, where people would try to sell some kind of secret sauce products to people, and they do need to nurture, and they do need to create some kind of mystery around their product and drip feed email by email, like, because in our industry, SEO, if you want to learn, for example, link building, and we only send you one lesson, but you need to learn link building today and like report to your boss or like introduce it to your team, you will go and search for other articles, and you might start learning it from our competitors. So we want to, if you want to learn it, we need to provide you with all the like resources to learn it from us. So yeah, if you're hiding something, and if there is not something that cannot be found in the internet already, there is probably something sketchy. So I don't see another reason why you want to, why would you want to hide information from people and like drip feed it day over day? So maybe if someone disagrees with me, I would love for them to approach me maybe on Twitter and discuss this issue, because maybe I'm wrong about it. I don't know.
No, I mean, it does make sense the way you describe it, that you don't want to hide your content from people, because especially as you said, they're going to get the information anyhow, especially if we're talking about the SEO industry. I'm sure like it's people who are not afraid to look for the content or anything else that they want to find. No, that makes perfect sense, and it ties well with something that I actually wanted to ask. So you say you have to put your content out there. You don't have to differentiate between like different stages of the funnel, or like if it's a product feature or hiding it somewhere. But how do you make sure, or like what kind of tools do you use to make sure that you're answering questions that your audience or like any potential user of Ahrefs is actually going to have? Like, how do you go about doing
that? Yeah, so the answer to this question is simple. We do keyword research. This is like the fundamental activity in search engine optimization, which basically makes you research whatever people are searching for in Google. So there are keyword research tools, and you need a tool for this. Like it is almost impossible to do keyword research without a tool, because you need the data about what people are searching for. And there are tools, Ahrefs being one of them, that provide you with the data. So all you need to do is you need to study what kind of search queries exist in the world or in Google specifically, that are related to your business. Usually people do this in two ways. First one is you search in those keyword tools for a word that kind of represents your business. For example, if you're selling products for cats, you search for the word cat, and the tool will give you all the search queries that mention the word cat in them. So what kind of food cats like is there clothing for cats? Is there cat care, like how to cure some cat diseases? So anything that has the word cat in it, the tool will give you. So this is one way to research what people are searching for that is related to your business. You just pick some relevant words that people might mention in their search queries, and you look at what kind of search queries exist and like how popular they are. Another popular way is to take the website of your competitor and again plug it into an SEO tool like Ahrefs, because our tool will show you all the keywords that they rank for, and if they have created some content even without knowing that people search for it, maybe they have like an online shop and they have again their support team, and some people were asking the same question to their support team. So without doing keyword research, they simply addressed this question with an article, and it is getting tons of traffic because lots of people search for it. So unknowingly, without doing keyword research, they have targeted some very popular search query, and by researching what your competitors are ranking for, you also kind of doing keyword research, you're understanding what people in your industry are searching for. So there are like essentially two ways to find out what are the topics that are popular with your prospective customers. And the next important thing in terms of being sure that the content that you're creating has value for your business, and specifically when we're talking about the sales of the product, the retention rate, etc., we have a kind of made up metric called business potential for it. It means it is a simple score from 0 to 3, where we try to estimate how easy it would be for us to promote our product while writing an article on a specific topic. For example, if there's an article about weight loss, business potential of 3 would be some irreplaceable solution for the problem. So what is a replaceable solution to the problem? I think all the scientists agree that consuming less calories would be a replaceable solution. So some diet plan, some like educational material on like how to pick the right foods, or some like nutritional things. So those kinds of things would be a replaceable solution that is the easiest to sell because all the science is on your side. Business potential of 2 means that your product can be mentioned, but it is not, it is helpful, but it's not essential for solving the problem. So we already know that to lose weight, you need to consume less calories, but there are lots of products that are helping you, some supplements, some even surgeries, or like when I was saying this example from stage, one guy said that the best way to lose weight is a divorce. So not something I recommend. So business potential of 2 is when you can mention your product and it is helpful, but it's not necessarily essential. Business potential of 1 means you can shoehorn like a mention of your product in the article, but the odds that people will buy it are slim because it's not very essential. So any fitness equipment would kind of fit the business potential of 1 if we're talking about weight loss, because again, the science agrees that burning calories is not the most efficient way to lose weight compared to like all the other methods. So it would be hard to sell fitness equipment from the article about selling weight. And business potential of 0 means you cannot even mention your product while covering the article. So again, I don't see how to mention cat food while writing an article about how to lose weight. That would probably be a very very dubious mention. So these are essential, the fundamental things that we look at when creating our content. We look like what's the search traffic potential, what's the popularity of this issue or search query when doing keyword research, and then we estimate like what's the potential to promote our product while writing the article. How essential is our product to solving the problem?
And do you have to go for topics that have a highest business potential, or do you think that it doesn't really matter because you want to cover the topic anyhow, regardless of or not if you mention Ahrefs in the process?
You basically answered the question while asking it. It like essentially we do want to rank for all the topics that have some relation to our product. So of course we want to start with business potential 3, all the topics where our product is essential. But then at some point you're out of those topics and you need to move to business potential 2, and then business potential 1, and then probably even cover something that is so unrelated to your industry that you cannot mention your product there, but might be good for your like brand exposure and those kinds of things.
No, that makes sense. Like I also have another one as a follow-up to that, and talking about like content that your audience resonates with. Like you obviously have cultivated and grown a quite interesting and active Facebook group. I'm curious as to whether you receive feedback from them, or whether you poll them from time to time, or do any research before writing an article, even in terms of like the questions that they're asking most or anything like that.
So your community and your following is a great way to crowdsource some content. For example, whenever we need to crowdsource a list, so there are like all sorts of list articles. For example, we have lists of even Facebook communities for SEO professionals. We have lists of podcasts for SEO professionals. We have lists of marketing newsletters. We have lists of Chrome SEO plugins, etc., etc., etc. So whenever we need to create a list of something, the easiest ways to poll the audience. What kind of software do you use? What kind of SEO Chrome plugin do you use? What kind of email newsletters are you subscribed to? Even like what kind of blogs you're reading. So your community is a great way to source some information. Or for example, whenever you're covering some topic and you need real examples, like a case study, you can again turn to your community and ask them like, did anyone ever do this? I'm looking for like examples of that. So your community is very useful in terms of making your content richer with examples.
However, you are saying, and I'm hearing that, you always start from keyword research or like trying to identify what the audience is looking for. And then if need be, you'll, get some feedback or gather some input from your community or whatever following you might have.
Yeah, like our content strategy is predominantly based on the search traffic, but from time to time, there would be some hot topic, or we might have a particularly interesting opinion that we want to share, even knowing that people are not searching for it. So it's not something that people search for. A very, very vivid example of such article is when we spent $50,000 on podcast advertising and didn't get any kind of ROI. So when we're talking about ROI, it's quite interesting that we didn't get any, and why we kept it, why we kept our podcast advertising budget, even knowing that it doesn't give us any leads. So we wrote an article about this, and no one is really searching for podcast advertising ROI. This is like, even if people are searching for it, it is a very unpopular search query. But that article struck a chord with people who are in podcast industry and with a lot of marketers who are considering podcast advertising. So this is why it kind of went semi-viral on Twitter, and a lot of people are referencing it to these days. So sometimes we would actually look at some interesting hot trends that are happening, or maybe we have a strong opinion that resonates with people, and we would write an article about this because it would perform well on social media. But in my experience, creating articles that would resonate with people on social media is much, much harder to do than simply figuring out what people are searching for and giving them that, because you already have all those keywords. You just need to pick whichever you feel credible and confident addressing. But when it comes to creating some viral piece, it is quite hard to come up with some, I don't know, disrupting, revolutionary, or interesting ideas that would resonate with people.
Makes sense. And by the way, like the article that you mentioned was quite a hit. Like I remember going through it and being like quite interested in your opinion on that.
You saw it?
Yeah, obviously, yeah. And still listening to mentions of Ahrefs on multiple podcasts to this day. So I'm assuming that despite the article and despite the ROI not being there, or you not being able to directly prove that it works, I'm like a potential user of Ahrefs. I have multiple accounts actually, and I am also listening to the ad. So I assume that somebody like me, or somebody who's looking for a tool like that, like a business owner or whatever your potential audience is definitely benefiting from that.
For sure.
Okay, so we talked about putting together like the right kind of content. What does your promotion strategy look like then? Because we know that historically the SEO community has been quite spamming, trying to promote the content. Do you use any paid ads? Do you just do outreach? Do you just let your content rank organically? What does that look like?
Yeah, so the best kind of promotion that you can get for a piece of content is to make it rank organically. But to make it rank organically, you have to promote it. So we have this like chicken and egg problem. What comes first? So what we do is, the first step, like we promote content in 3 steps basically. The first step is to simply let our existing audience know that we published something new. So basically we have email newsletter of people who are subscribed to our blog. We have our Facebook community. We have people who follow us on Twitter, etc., etc. And of course, after publishing a new article, we would tweet it to our followers. We would send it as an email newsletter and all those things. And of course, what we also do, which is not as straightforward, because most people would like tweet their articles and share them like on social media, etc. So what we also do is we take snippets, like individual ideas from those articles, and tweet them as well to get traction for the actual ideas, not necessarily for exact article. And we don't include a link in the tweet. And the reason we don't do this is because social networks like to keep people within the social network. So whenever you link somewhere, the engagement of your tweet goes down, and the traction that your tweet gets lower. So this is why we take individual ideas from our articles and we post them on Twitter, and people retweet them, like them, discuss them, etc. And eventually someone who is interested to read the article would ask, like, where is this from? And ourselves or someone else would link to the article where the idea or some image or infographic is coming from. And like people who want to check it out would see it, or like even people, anyone knows how to use Google. So if you take like a phrase from an image, you can find the source of the article. And usually on the actual image, we would have the URL of the article. So it still like drives people there. So yeah, first step is to share the article or the ideas from your content with your own audience. Then of course, paid promotion. So again, we're talking about ROI and how much resources and money you invest into creating content. So if you have spent a certain amount of money to create content, why cannot you justify spending a little more money to actually promote it? Because I remember in my DJ days, I used to be a DJ before starting a career in SEO. We wanted to promote an event that was happening in our club. And our management, they hired like a truck, and on the truck they had sound system, and I was supposed to be riding on the truck and playing music, and the truck should go around the city. And so they spent I don't remember the actual sum, but let's say it costed them $1,000 for all the equipment, for hiring a truck, etc., etc. And that was for 2 hours, and extending for third hour costed like $100 more.
Okay.
So you have $1,000 investment for 2 hours, but to make it 3 hours, you should pay $100 more. And they were like debating, should they spend an extra $100? And I was like, guys, like it's not even a question. Like this is a great deal to get more exposure, like for this amount of money. So I see the same trend with the creating content. So if you spend a lot of resources, if you try to calculate how much resources you spend on a good piece of content, another like $100 or $200 to throw in Facebook ads would probably be 10 or 20% from the cost of the piece of content, given that it is a quality article, not something you bought on Fiverr like for $15 or something. So this is why we actually promote our content quite heavily, and we have initial budget that we invest into promoting our articles on Twitter, on Facebook, etc. And then we look at the performance. If we see that people engage with the ad, if they like it, if they discuss it, if they retweet it, then we might double or even triple the budget and see like how it goes. Once the ad frequency goes too high, we would of course stop, because we don't want to irritate people. So yeah, that's the second thing. After promoting to our audience, we obviously use ads, because we just think it would be stupid not to use them, regardless of the like if we get conversions or not. We don't bother about it. We spend resources on creating that freaking piece of content, so you have to be sure we're going to spend resources showing it to the world. And the third thing is back to ranking, because we want our article to rank in Google. Just from the first two promotional strategies, we might get some natural backlinks and rank somewhere in top 10 or even sometimes in top 5 just naturally. But sometimes if it is not enough and we need to get more backlinks, so sometimes we would do some targeted outreach and show the article to some people who have websites in our industry, so they're capable of linking to us, because they might not necessarily have seen our ads, or they might not be subscribed to our email newsletter or such. So we want to let them know that we have this awesome piece of content. And we don't kind of beg for links. We don't say explicitly, please link to us, because if your piece of content is good and then the person has their own blog or their own website where they regularly cover some new stuff, they would naturally link to you if your content is linkable in the first place, if it is not noteworthy. But yeah, it is very important if you're not getting enough backlinks, it is very important to do some targeted outreach and show your piece of content to other people. But you have to be very careful, and you cannot do this for every piece of content, and you have to make sure that what you're showing people is amazing in the first place.
Oh, that's a valid point. So we talked about like social shares and being like sort of like viral, getting backlinks, and also getting obviously the organic rankings. Do you try and optimize for all three, or is like the organic ranking the one that at the end of the day drives your process and your system?
Yeah, so we try to, of course, optimize for ranking in Google, but like it depends. So the favorite answer to most questions in SEO and marketing, it depends. So it really depends on the topic. Some topics are so boring, so straightforward, that there's no way to make them interesting. People just want like step-by-step explanation how to do something, and it's not something that would go viral on Twitter. It's not something that is controversial even in the slightest way, so that to sparkle discussion. So like there's no way to kind of optimize it to go viral. Other topics, they might have indeed some potential to be discussed online, or we might have some controversial opinions or ideas that we can present in our article on a seemingly conventional and boring topic, and this is when people would discuss it. So usually our goal is to do something interesting, to do something new, which has potential to be discussed. But sometimes it is simply not possible, and we don't force ourselves if we don't see a way to do this.
Okay, that's a completely valid one. So, we obviously know that video is more important than ever, and I do know that you have like a quite booming YouTube channel on the side. Do you have a different strategy for that? Do you include it as part of like your main content strategy? How does that tie into everything?
Yeah, so with video, probably the best person to answer this question is our video genius, Samo, who is in charge of our YouTube channel. He has been researching this platform for quite a while and trying to figure out like what to do and how to do it better. So there are some specific things that you need to know about YouTube and how it works and how to create your videos in a better way that would help you grow your channel. But again, our YouTube channel basically started from repurposing our existing content, the stuff that we had on our blog, into YouTube videos. And it took Sam quite a while to cover all those topics that we already have covered on our blog before he was challenged with having to think of some unique ideas. So yeah, video is quite a popular thing. YouTube is quite a popular website, and there is, I'm sure, like in every industry, there are people who would, and like again, it depends on the topic. With some topics, you would prefer to read an article about it. With other topics, you would prefer to watch a video. And again, depending on where you are, for example, when you're at work, you would probably prefer to read an article. But when you are like jogging or like working out or commuting, you might prefer a video because it's just easier to consume. So I would recommend people to, if they have an opportunity, to have both. And if you already have the content on your blog, it's not actually that hard to start repurposing it on YouTube. And it's not that hard to figure out YouTube as a platform. There are just like a few key things that you need to master. And a lot actually depends on your content. So if your content is boring in the first place, if no one was tweeting your content, if no one was linking to it, if no one was discussing, then probably it would fail on YouTube as well. But again, we were having quite a bit of success with our blog and with some specific topics. For example, that article with podcast advertising, we sure repurposed it into a video, and it performed quite well. People were discussing it on YouTube as well. So yeah, whatever works to you for you on your blog, it has quite good chances to work on YouTube as well.
Makes sense. And what does your content marketing process look like from an operational standpoint? Do you have like weekly meetings, somebody putting together the content, you or somebody else reviewing it, publishing, then promoting and stuff like that? Like, what does that look like on a maybe weekly or monthly basis?
So it is mostly quite hectic and random. We did do our fair share of keyword research. So we studied like every competitor we have, what kind of keywords they rank for. We regularly use our own tools to do keyword research and to come up with some new interesting keywords to target. And then whenever we have some ideas, when we see people discuss something on Reddit, on Twitter, we would of course go to our keyword research tool and probe like, is this something that has like a decent search volume? Should we be publishing it? So we already have a huge list of keywords that we want to target on our blog, and that list keeps growing just like naturally. So it's not that we have a task once a month we should do like a follow-up keyword research and add more keywords. No, it happens naturally. You follow the industry, you look what people are talking about, you look what sites in the industry are publishing, and you kind of add some interesting ideas to your master list as they come. And then within this list, we have those things that we discussed. We have the search traffic potential of a topic. We have the business potential. Can we mention our stuff there? And then we have how hard it would be to rank there. So there's this thing called keyword difficulty, which is mostly based on how many backlinks the top ranking results have, because to rank at the top, you will probably have to get as many backlinks as the top ranking results. And then one important thing is, who is the best person to create content on the topic? Mm-hmm. For example, we have quite generic topics, for example, like best email newsletters. Anyone can write an article about best email newsletters, especially if you have access to some community which you can poll, and they would give it to you, and then you just need to do some research of best email newsletters and write something about each newsletter. Easy. So like anyone can write an article like that. But for example, if we're talking about some hot SEO topic right now, core web vitals, this is quite a technical topic. For example, I know nearly nothing about it, but we have Patrick Stokes, who is our technical SEO genius. And whenever we have a super technical SEO topic, we just pass it to Patrick. So when creating content, you have to also understand, do you have the proper person to create content for this topic? So before we had Patrick on our team, we were actually avoiding complicated technical SEO topics on our blog, because of course we could read a bunch of articles by other people and create our own, but that wouldn't be the kind of content that we are known for in our blog, because we like to publish original content that is based on our experience, that is based on our data, etc., etc. And now when we have Patrick, we are confident that he, with his own knowledge and experience, he can address those topics in a very unique way, and other people would be actually piggybacking from his content. So one important thing about the kind of content marketing process is that you have to be assigning the topics to the proper person on your team, and you cannot expect some cheap copywriter from Fiverr to address, I don't know, complex financial topics and give, I don't know, your readers advice on where they should invest their money without having invested $1 in their own in their life. So yeah, you have to pick the proper people. And in terms of meetings or anything like that, we don't really have this. Our communication is quite asynchronous. So we usually discuss ideas in Slack if needed. And we have Josh, who is in charge of our blog. He kind of keeps everyone aligned. So he makes sure that our articles are following more or less the same guidelines in terms of style, in terms of how we approach content, in terms of how much we prove our points and give examples and proof links, as they say. It's quite random, and I think in every organization it would be different. So I don't think that our example would be particularly useful for people, apart from those things that I just shared.
No, that makes sense. And I love how you use the search potential or like business potential for any different topic as a filter, like, any new idea that comes up or any trending topic, like, is it actually worth writing about? Like, is there the search volume there? Because, obviously at the end of the day, your goal is to rank organically on Google. And I'm just curious, as we start wrapping up, if there's any other element to your strategy, like what does a strategy for a B2B blog, like obviously Ahrefs is, need to look like or should look like?
Well, the strategy should basically be something that we were just discussing. You have to understand how your content contributes to your business, because for ourselves, the ROI is massive. So again, let me mention some of the things from the original tweet thread. So our content helps us attract customers because they're finding us in Google and they're converting into customers. It helps us retain customers because existing customers learn about some new features and how to use our software, and so they stay longer. It helps us to reactivate customers because as we're publishing about the advancements of our software within our articles, and we are telling people the new use cases that we cover, some people who have used Ahrefs before but canceled reactivate their accounts because they want to use our software again. It helps accelerate. It also promotes the account expansions. Like when people upgrade to a higher plan or buy some additional features, because again, they learn about those features from our content. We don't have to have any like sophisticated email marketing or like automated sequences. When they go somewhere, we will send them an email to kind of nudge them to buy a specific feature. They just read our content, they figure out that there's something that is not supported on their account, and they upgrade. Then we have word of mouth, because when people learn how to use your software, they pass this knowledge to other people, for example, to their co-workers, and then this co-worker might go to another company and they would request to use Ahrefs because this is the software that they know and understand. Then support, which I talked about, then thought leadership, which I talked about. Then again, interviews like this one. Our content opens up the doors to all sorts of interviews and conferences, because the organizers of those conferences, they already see what kind of content you're putting out, what kind of ideas you're putting out, what you stand for, and they can make a decision if they want the audience of their conference to be exposed to those ideas. So there are lots and lots of things that our content helps us with, and therefore we don't need to specifically measure ROI. And for the companies that are considering to build their content marketing engine, this is again something they need to think through, if they need those things, if they want to position themselves as thought leaders, if they can, because again, ranking in Google takes time. So do you have time to build up your acquisition channel for like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or do you need those leads right now? Because content marketing is not something that venture-backed companies would usually use, because they need to grow fast. And if you want to grow fast, you need those customers today, not tomorrow. So those are the things that you should think about when you're considering to build your own content marketing strategy.
No, that's a really valid point. And indeed, like SEO and content marketing is probably not like the first channel that somebody looks to, but it's also definitely, and you can testify to that, one of the channels that, long term, and in terms of like the investment you put out of it, like the ROI is obviously huge. So it's not something that you should treat lightly. So, we have time for one more question. And, I've been really glad that you've walked us through your process and your way of thinking, which is obviously quite different to what people are used to. So, how do you see content marketing and SEO evolving in the coming years with the rise of things like voice search, the importance of mobile video being part of the game?
I don't really know how it would change kind of technologically. For example, I don't quite see how voice search changes anything for content marketers. You still have to create great content, whether it is being searched for like with your fingers or with your voice. One shift that it's not that I'm seeing it happening, but I'm hoping it would happen, is that people would create more and more original content. So people would probably get tired of creating copycat content, because it is very hard to get traction when all you're doing is hiring cheap writers who read a bunch of similar articles and create a copy of their own. So what I hope will happen is that people in the content marketing industry would learn from the journalist industry, from media industry. Because what journalists do, a journalist can infiltrate some criminal group and live with them for a year and do some assignments just to be able to then write a column like from inside how it operates. So I would love to see more of that in the content marketing world. I would love for content marketers to consider themselves not just writers who open like a Google document and write words on a like blank sheet of digital paper. I want them to consider themselves like journalists, experimenters, researchers. I want them to dig to the bottom of things, to speak to people, to do experiments, to infiltrate that freaking criminal group and create something interesting that no one has created before them. So it's not just about writing words on a piece of paper, it's about having something meaningful to say. So I do think that it will eventually happen, because those people who do this today, they win like in Google, they win in brand awareness, they win as thought leaders. And so with over time, more and more of those people will appear. So it would be simply harder to penetrate the search results. It would be simply harder to get attention on social networks. unless you're doing this level of work that those people are doing.
No, I know that. I think that's one of the most like strategical things, like thinking not, as you said, as a writer, but as a journalist or even like as a creator who always has to put something new out there. And of course, like original content, as you said, is I think a great hack for content marketing, for SEO, for anything you're doing and trying to promote in your business. All right. So thank you very much for your time. I'm sure our audience has enjoyed and gotten as many insights from this conversation as I have. It has been a pleasure, absolute pleasure having you with us today.
Thanks a lot for having me. I enjoyed this conversation as well. Thanks for great questions.
My pleasure.
Hey AdWorld, it's wonderful to be here and get to share all of this crazy, amazing knowledge bombs that I have for you, because in today's talk, I'm going to share with you how to turn your YouTube into your most profitable organic revenue stream in under 10 months. Okay, so my name is Sebastian Beja. I'm the former head of growth and current YouTube strategist of Mindvalley, which is the leading personal growth company in the world. And just 2 years ago, we were really far from even being a revenue source, or let alone be a traffic source, okay? And for this presentation, I only have 2 rules, okay? Rule number 1 is just pay attention fully. Be fully here, okay? Shut the door, shut the phone, have your, your notes, your notebook, be fully here, okay? And the second rule is just take action from what you learn, because none of this works if we don't actually take action. And for that, at the end of my talk, I'm going to give you a surprise, okay? So I have a surprise for you at the end. And I want to share with you the reason why I'm so passionate about traffic, about revenue streams, about all of this is really came down to because when I was 12, I wanted to make some money, right? And I remember I had some money left over, and I grabbed that money and I bought some candy. And instead of selling lemonade or whatever, I put a beautiful table right outside my house. I had my candy there, and then I just waited, right? And I waited and waited, and no one came the first day. Like, no one bought any candy. And I was like, wow, that's actually kind of weird. And it started to hurt a lot that no one was coming. Then the next day, only one car I see pass by, right? And I lunge myself to the car and I'm like, candy, right? And he bought one candy. And that was the beginning and the end of my first business. But it really taught me a valuable lesson, right? Which was like my product, candy, was good. I was, a beautiful little child when I was 12. But there was no people, there was no traffic, there was no one coming there. And this got me into this journey of self-discovery, of marketing, of search engines, of content marketing, to really know what does it take to promote a product, to promote your product, to promote your event, to promote anything that you want. You need people seeing you, need eyeballs, okay? So that fast forward got me involved into YouTube and how to use video to get attention and to get awareness and to get traffic and eyeballs, so that eventually, people can buy your product, can whatever it is that you need to promote. So all of these lessons that I have for you is really deciphering the patterns on how to make your content, okay, your content really generate a big ROI, okay, a big return of investment. And the patterns, all of these patterns really come from managing, consulting, testing more than 20 YouTube channels with a total of 10 million subscribers and generating over 100 million views a year across multiple industries and multiple languages, okay? And I came up with my 4-step method called ROCK, okay? And ROCK is easily has taken 5,000 hours of testing and experimenting in the YouTube platform, and I will just condense it here in the next, in the next 20 minutes. But why is this important right now? Why does it matter to YouTube right now? I don't know if you know, but it was reported that faster growth in revenue has been reported by business using video content versus businesses that are not using it, making video content the type of content with the best return on investment. Now, there was another source that says that a third party of online activity is spent watching videos online, making YouTube the most popular video search engine with over 1 billion hours of video consumed every single day, which equals to driving 157% increase in organic traffic for businesses. Now, I don't know if you know, but YouTube is actually the second largest search engine in the world after Google. And, okay, I'm going to share with you a secret, so come closer, okay? A contact from inside YouTube actually revealed to me that YouTube in third world countries, listen closely, is the biggest, okay? More than Google. This means that people actually search more on YouTube than on Google, which opens up a huge opportunity for all of us marketers, okay? Now, listen closely, because what really makes YouTube the most valuable platform is this interesting nuance. And if you only take this concept, which I called compound viewership. So YouTube, as time goes by, your video views actually increase, okay? You have to do some of the things that I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you about optimization and all of that. But as opposed to, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all of that is called one-off viewership. One-off viewership means that all of a sudden your video blows up and then it dies over time, okay? So one of them actually increases over time, it gets compounded, and one of them dies. It's kind of like the example of, have they actually send you a viral video for like 2 years ago? Like, hey, check this viral video on Facebook 2 years ago. No. It's usually recent, right? Recency. But on YouTube, you could be watching videos for like 5 years old, 6 years old, 1 year old, and you don't even care. So it gets compounded. And it's similar to money. YouTube, in a way, what would you prefer? That your money gets compounded over time, so you have little money and then you have a lot of money, or that you have, a lot of money and then it decreases over time, which is like the other platforms. Okay, so that's a really interesting nuance and interesting content of what really makes YouTube the most valuable platform. So now I'm going to go back to my model, to ROCK, okay? So what does ROCK mean? First of all, this model focuses in what doesn't change. What doesn't change, because I had to make sense of content. I have to make sense of making things scalable and replicable. And us as business owners, as entrepreneurs, as heads of marketing, or even managers, we want things that are scalable, that are replicable, and that we can make sense of them. So that's why I created ROCK, which is these 4 principles. The first principle, the first step is called research, okay? That's the R of research. Then the second step is optimization. Then the third step is content. And the fourth step is what I call kaching, right? Which basically means conversion. That's the fourth step. So I'm going to begin and going to walk you through pretty much the 4 steps and what you have to do so that you're able to pretty much extract revenue from YouTube in a really, really effective way, in a really, really scalable way, okay? So step 1 is research, okay? So what's the principle of research? If you see organic traffic, like content marketing, and pretty much in YouTube, it's all really about being found. It's about how many customers search for you, search for what you have. It's what I call, it's about being searchable. It's about being searchable. So here's an example, okay? For example, in YouTube, you can put speed reading, okay? You can put speed reading. And here in the first page of YouTube, you will see 2 of our videos about speed reading, okay? Now that's intentional. We actually did optimization so that when people search for that, we actually appear in the first page. But not only that, we also appear in the recommended section, okay? So research, the main premise that you have to really understand, so pay attention, is we need to find the keywords that your audience uses to find the solution to their problem. So we need to find what people are typing for in order for us to understand what they need, okay? So it's not really what you want, it's really what they want, right? Because you're not paying you from one pocket to the other one, they're paying you, right? So the tools I use for research, right? And this could be your typical market research, but the typical tools that I use, it's one of them called Ahrefs, right? Ahrefs.com. And this really allows you to go deeper into the search volume of specific keywords, of search terms, right? And really build up a strategy that way. I also use TubeBuddy. TubeBuddy is a tool that gets connected to your YouTube channel, and it actually recommends you different keywords and different niches according to the content that you do. But here, the objective is that you know how many people are searching for what you have or for what you are promoting, okay? Now, another tool that I have recently started using a lot is YouTube Trends. So many people don't know this, but in Google Trends, when you go in Google Trends, there's a way that you can actually find YouTube Trends. And this has been really crucial because after the whole pandemic, behavior started to change, right? Habits started to change. How people were searching for things started to change. So a lot of these tools like Ahrefs or TubeBuddy didn't really cut them, but YouTube Trends, it really allows us to know the keywords that are trending now and to find what are the new keywords that are trending now, right? And so we can create content, and that content can attract people. So YouTube Trends is the tool that I really use, okay? So that's when it comes to research, okay? Now, that brings us to step 2, which is optimization. Now, I could say that this could be one of the most important steps, optimization, that many people actually miss. And it's a pity because they're spending more time, more energy, more resources when they can actually just do optimization right. So what is optimization? Okay, so now we researched some keywords that our audience is looking for. Let's say speed reading, learning faster, whatever, okay? And then what we use is we use those keywords to optimize our content, okay? So we add those keywords in the title, we add it in the description, we add it in the tags, right? And in YouTube, there's a place called video tags. We add it in our hashtags. So we optimize the video, okay? So here's an example in the screen exactly showing you that. So for example, this video has like how to speed read, right? How to learn faster, read faster, how to learn, fast learning, learn faster. So we've optimized that. We also optimized the title, like how to double your learning speed, okay? That was intentional. And we do this because we want to appear in what I called YouTube's holy grail. We not only want to appear in the first page of Google, but pay attention, we want to get to the recommended section. The recommended section, the suggested section, this is literally where half of our viewership comes from, okay? And this is kind of like the YouTube's online word of mouth. And that is why we're optimizing with step 1, with research, the title, the video, the description, the tags, so that we increase our probability to get to the recommended section. So imagine not even being able to paying for half of your traffic. Right? Still, here in marketing, in AdWorld, like we know that the power of word of mouth, right? So imagine the recommended section is that same effect, okay? Now the plugin that I use so I can see other competitors' tags and video tags, it's a tool that I call vidIQ, okay? And this is a plugin that I use. And it allows me to not only see my tags, but it allows me to see other people's tags and how they're optimized as well, okay? So that is when it comes to optimization. Now we're going into content, okay? And this is a crucial part because there's a lot of lies out there when it comes to content. So I'm gonna reveal the 2 big fat lies that you've probably heard, and you're still a bit confused about it. At least I was a couple of years ago. So the first one is, have you ever heard content is king? Content is king. Or just create more and more and more content and it will work. Don't worry. Well, you know what? That is BS, okay? That is total BS. Because it's not content that is king. It's, listen closely, optimized content is king. Not only content. So Gary Vee is slightly wrong on this one, okay? Now, optimized content that has your keywords in the title, in the description, in the tags, really goes a really long way when it comes to impact. And we see this a lot. For example, if we publish 30 optimized videos, that really equals 100 non-optimized videos, okay? So it really saves you time, energy, resources to get to the same result. Actually, I wish that we would have done this way better in the past, because I can tell you that our channels will be 3 times bigger, if not more, if we done this 2 years ago when we just first started, because we just pushed out content and more content and more content, right? But we didn't actually optimize it properly. We didn't really tie it up according to what people were searching for. So step 3 is we need to be creating content based on the keywords, based on the search term that your audience actually uses, that your audience actually needs, okay? So step 1, you did the research. Step 2, now you optimize the content, the video. And step 3, basically you're creating the content from those keywords, from what the audience actually wants. Because this not only creates like awareness, it also creates buyer intent. It also creates people actually search intention, right? If they have a high search intention, then they're actually wanting to not only look at your content, but also understand the solution that you have, okay? I'm also going to tackle what about short or long content? How long is long? How short is short, right? So I have an interesting story. I was sitting down with the head of Facebook Asia, and I asked her, hey, it's always really confusing. I don't know if I should create short content or long content, and how short is short, how long is long. Like, please tell me. And she gave me this analogy and this way that platforms use to really evaluate if it's short or long content. So listen closely. She said, just watch a person watch their behavior on when they consume the content. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, for example, if you're watching YouTube, most likely you're gonna lean backwards and you're gonna watch it more calm. So lean backwards content means what? Means longer content. It's like we're watching a movie. It's like we're watching, Netflix or something. We're kind of leaning backwards. And then she said, see how people consume other platforms like Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or TikTok. They're like leaning forward. They're kind of like leaning forward with their phone, and it's kind of fast paced. So leaning forward content is fast paced content, right? It's content between, 5 seconds all the way to like 3-4 minutes. Right? And then longer content is more for like 4 minutes all the way to like, it could be 1 hour. But usually the best one in YouTube, it's like around 7 to 12 minute long. Now, maybe you have heard about this new feature, maybe if you're already like, geeking out in YouTube, called YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts basically is a way where YouTube is competing, with Instagram Reels, with TikTok. But it's its own feature, meaning it's not really competing with YouTube's main algorithm of longer content. How am I using YouTube Shorts? I really recommend that if you have a YouTube channel or if you're thinking about it, it's also good to start to experiment, because what I use it as bait. So I use short videos, okay, which is usually what has been working for us. It's like 15 to 25 seconds. Really like golden nuggets when it comes to videos, and we use it as bait so that we attract people's attention fast, and then they see basically our vast amount of content. So that's on regards with YouTube Shorts. Now, lastly is the script, right? Which is like, oh my God, but like if I create content, like I heard that the script is important, and I'm not gonna lie, okay? The script is actually important. Now, my question is, how would you like to have a structure, okay, of a time-tested script to keep buyers or potential customers engaged, educated, and most importantly, that they actually make a purchase? So I'm gonna give you that structure, which I've tested a lot, okay? So the magical script structure is a 6-step script structure to pretty much get customers engaged, but also get them to buy. Because we not only want to go viral and be popular, we also want them to make a purchase. So it goes like this. You can see it in the screen, but it's the overall video length is between 7 to 12 minutes, okay? The first part, we have a hook. And there's a hook, it's basically like an intriguing one-liner that aims to either shock or educate the buyer, okay? And that's like around 15 to 30 seconds. If we're able to keep attention for 15 to 30 seconds, usually we're able to keep it throughout the video. Then 3, we tell them why they should stay till the end. Because if they stay till the end, a metric called our average view duration, our consumption rate increases, which actually makes our video more recommended. And then we go into number 4, into the valuable content. Now, this is key, okay? This is what people are searching for, okay? Not what you want to tell them, but what they actually search for, what they actually research in step 1, okay? And then I break it down into four more steps, which is like 4A, which is you start talking about why is this important. You share the problem, you share some facts, you share some statistics that you found, okay? That's usually like around 3 minutes. And then you can tell them about what are some solutions that you found, okay? So what have you learned about it? What are some solutions? It could be 1 to 3 solutions. And then you tell them how you came up with your own solution and why it works, okay? Why it works. And then you can talk about who has this worked for as well, okay? And then at the end, the step 5 and 6 is you have a personal introduction, okay? So why they should listen to you. So note that we're not introducing ourselves in the beginning of the video because people don't care about you, okay? They care about fixing their problem. They care about fixing their need. And so then at the end, after we gave value, we put the problem, we put the solutions, you know, we put how you came up with it, why it works. Then we actually introduce ourselves. We do like, you know, maybe like a 5-second introduction. And at the end, the most important thing is we send them somewhere. We do a call to action, okay? And usually the best thing is to send them to where you can contact them the fastest. This should be 10 to 15 seconds. And it's something like, hey, you know, if you're interested, if you want to go deeper with these ideas, just click the link below in the description, okay, where you will get X, Y, Z. Now, this structure, it really depends on what niche you are, on what industry and what market. So just use it as a structure for you to kind of plug and play how it works for you and your specific business, okay? Now, I'm just going to give you some examples after I give you the structure so that you can maybe after the presentation, you can go and look at that video and just then see the structure. So this video, the speed learning half the time by James Quick, you know, it has like 11 million views. This is a really good example of a really good structure of a video. Now, this example number 2 is why your best ideas come in the shower, okay? And this has around like 50,000 views. And this is a really good structure, 7 minutes, and it really shows the structure of how we're taking the buyer and the customer into this structure. So be sure to check those out, okay? And one key thing after this is redistribution, right? And maybe you already have, you know, you have Facebook, you have Instagram, you have other things. And I would really urge that the right distribution is key. Not to distribute, the right distribution is key. And here is the logic, okay? What we usually do is we create content for YouTube, and I call it the book, okay? So we have the book, that's the content for YouTube. And then we have a chapter. The chapter is usually, could be Facebook, could be IGTV. That's the chapter of that book, okay? And then, so that's basically the book, okay? You can even do it with me, right? The book is YouTube. Then you have the chapter, IGTV, Facebook. And then you have the paragraph that could be your IG post. And then the sentence could be your IG story. So we create content for YouTube, and then we slice and dice for other platforms. Now, how this looks like really practically is, let's say that you have 3 ways to be happier. Then you already have 3 videos for Facebook or for Instagram, right? You have one of the ways there, right? Maybe you have one golden nugget, then you have, maybe you have one golden nugget from that one way, and that could be an IG post. And then maybe you have like an intro, like a one-liner that could be like an IG story. So the right distribution is key, okay? Now, usually when it comes to lengths, I would recommend it's like YouTube 10-minute videos, LinkedIn 10-minute video, then Facebook 3 minutes, then IG post 60 seconds, then IG story 15 seconds, then Twitter 30 seconds, okay? So you can basically cut, slice, and dice directly from YouTube. And now we get to step 4, okay? This is step 4 is ka-ching, it's conversion, okay? It's the step that I like the most. And this is basically send your audience to one place, okay? Avoid sending them everywhere. Just avoid sending them completely everywhere. And here's an example for one of the channels that we manage. So the first description, okay, it literally says, hey, like, become the best version of yourself, go here, right? So we're sending from the description, we're sending people to our webinar directly, okay? We're not sending people to our Facebook, we're not sending people to our Instagram, we're not sending people to our mom, to our grandma, we're not sending people anywhere. We literally treat, hear me out, we literally treat the description as an email. We put a top CTA with a benefit, and then we also do a lower CTA, like we have a second CTA in the same description. We do the same thing for our pinned comment. There's people commenting in your videos, so literally adding that pinned comment and then sending people to one place is crucial, okay? This literally goes a long way, because if you're sending people to multiple places, okay, you basically have analysis paralysis. You have like their paradox of choice, and then they don't do anything. So this is really, really crucial, okay? We optimize the description. We put our link there. We put it in our card CT in our pinned comment. We also use it in our cards and our end screens. We're always using those to send people to our webinars, to our landing pages, basically to something free. It could be a free resource. It could be your community. It could be a free PDF. Whatever you decide to. Okay. And lastly, I want to share with you guys what I call like hacking ROAS. Okay, like your return on ad spend. How do you increase that, right? And usually, if you enable monetization on your videos and you're already getting some organic viewership, you can actually become your own advertisers. You can advertise on your own videos, okay, on your basically your own digital real estate. And this will automatically increase your ROAS. We have seen ROAS increase even from 200 to 1,000, okay? Because it's like you're promoting to your audience that already actually is seeing your content, and you're actually doing a converting ad, okay? So let me just recap, make a summary of these steps. Step 1 was research, okay, from ROC, research. You find the keywords your audience uses to find a solution to their problem, okay? You go to Ahrefs, you go to TubeBuddy, you go to YouTube, to Google Trends, YouTube Trends. Then step 2 is optimization, okay? So you use those keywords that you found in step 1, and you optimize your content, your titles, your descriptions, your tags, your hashtags. And then step 3 is content, okay? So you create content based on the keywords your audience uses. Not what you want, not what you want to tell them, what they need, okay? And then step 4, ka-ching, okay, is send your audience to one place and avoid sending them everywhere. So remove all those links to your Facebooks and your Instagrams and all of that, okay? Now, I want you just to take a moment, okay, right here, and just write down what is one thing you've learned today from this talk that you will take action tomorrow. What is one thing you have learned today that you will take action tomorrow? Okay, so just write it down. And your gift, maybe you were only like, okay, I'm only for the gift. So for your gift, okay, you can just go to pixel.me/Sebastian-AdWorld, and this is basically a sheet. Okay, it's a Google sheet. It contains the tools that I've mentioned. It contains the structure of the script. It contains the example of the video so that you don't lose any time, watching them and that you lost your nose or anything. And finally, the last message that I want to give you is, one of my mentors says, imperfect action makes you rich, makes you richer, okay? So, if you want to send me a message on LinkedIn, on Facebook, right? With your one action step, okay? So I can see, if this was valuable for you, like, what are you going to do? Give me your feedback. And, I'm going to pick some of them and maybe give them a free consultation. So I cannot wait to see your feedback, that you implement these strategies. And bye-bye. Thank you for listening.
So the correct measurement is key. And what I do, I like to add a final thing here, which wasn't on the script, but it's the big leveler, which is something that I talk about whether you're a small business or a global business. The levelers are key for you to tap into, so everyone's got an even shot at success. So firstly, hello, a little bit about me. I'll try and get to the point really quickly on this. I have a range of experience having been working in sales and ultimately marketing and media planning and strategy for the last 16 years. Actually, I tell a lie, that's now 17 years. I've been saying 16 for over a year now, so it's time to move with the times. Starting at Experian, the bastions of data, going through working with brands such as Vodafone, Disney, experiences presenting over at Downing Street, working with some of the major brands and agency groups, and also here in the UK, working with some traditional brands that have needed to innovate digitally. So for example, Post Office, BT, Transport for London. That culminated in me setting up Archman, and as a result, I'm now a member of the Performance In editorial board, and I write for those guys, and I have a regular quarterly contribution of New Digital Age. I also do lecturing at guest lecturing, for example, at Lincoln University, and I support mentor through Brixton Finishing School. And I've recently written a book, Back to Basics, which we can talk about as well. So before we start, I want to quickly cover this off. Performance marketing is this traditional lower funnel. Without going into the definitions, I'm sure there's other presentations that can do that. It's about response and sales and advertising to generate a conversion or an action. And that success is measured easier there, okay? And it's where most startups live. However, brand marketing is the awareness piece, the thing that we have to do as well. But the challenges are, it takes longer to measure. Startups perceive it therefore as wastage. It's not immediately measurable, but it is what is needed for long-term growth. So just to sort of posit that before we go into these three areas, the first of which is partnerships, that should help there. So the use of partnerships to unlock new audiences and positive brand association, that is the idea of a good partnership. Now, when I talk about partnerships, I like to think about win, win, win. It only matters if the buyer benefits. There's no good, having a good relationship between the seller and the advertiser and the partner, the publisher. There has to be something where you work together and there's a symbiosis for the end user, the person. So if you're a startup and you're providing grooming products, maybe team up with a healthy eating business because you're unlocking their audience, and it's a win for the client because they're getting all these benefits, the customer rather. So this is an example from the UK. I like this. This is Kayak, which is as you may know, a price comparison site, and they are partnering with First Choice Holidays. Now, First Choice are the advertiser who are advertising with Kayak. Now, I always reference this. This was a Black Friday deal, so it was timely, and I got this the year before last. Now, I like this for three reasons. I like it because the publisher is happy, Kayak, because they're being paid to advertise, so they're fine, and they're reaching their audience. The advertiser is happy because they are actually pivoted to an objective platform, a comparison engine. So they are in fact tapping into that and almost getting a bit of bias in that world, so it looks good to them. And I, of course, I'm the consumer. I'm very happy because, I feel like I've unlocked something special. I already trust Kayak, and they're giving me a deal. So that's really important. The other thing about partnerships, which I want to talk about, growing your brand, is how important it is to consider locale. Now, there's various stats around this, but just for simple maths, 4 out of every 10 people prefer to work with local businesses, 6 out of 10 prefer global businesses, now, or national. So that tells you something. You could increase your reach by another, 60%, if your interest by 60%, if you can actually tap into those local areas. So for example, if you're on a app searching for pizza, make sure that your brand is on there if you're a local pizza business, because people trust the local brands. Or if you're a global business in retail and you'll want to tap into local offers, even though you're not in that locale, maybe be there at that point, advertising the local newspaper, be on the local radio. Because actually locale and geography is a great way to build resonance through location and association. Now, I've talked about this briefly, is affiliates. So partnerships are the coming together of two businesses. Affiliates is this sort of commercial channel which enables people to be paid on a sale that they drive from their real estate. Now, pay on sale opportunities are multivariate, and there's a few examples here. You've got cashback sites, you have comparison sites, you have the labs, Guardian Labs here, which is more about sponsored content. So these are partnerships that transcend different buying models. So cost per acquisition, cost per lead, cost per click, cost per registration. It's very important. Now, focus very quickly on this one. The tenancy. The tenancy is really important for increasing your share of voice. Now, those of you who are predisposed to performance marketing, you're less bothered about share of voice, but share of voice is proven to be the place where it links to share of market. There's a new proxy of share of search, which gives you an indication of the share of voice and brand health. So actually, the good way of doing this is to look at a tenancy, for example, this, in a comparison site. And to get a few extra points, you do a little bit of a banner, you do a little bit of a takeover or a header or a banner, add it to the standard listing, and all of a sudden you have something which is putting your brand front and center and actually growing that brand and showing. It's like price signaling, basically. It's like if you pay for one advert on TV, you are telling an audience that you have a bit more cash, and that's a good look. I want to cover the second, I would say, proven technique, which stems from behavioral science. And it's important to use this to make all your communications work harder. And this isn't a picture of a man, a giant, chasing a poor victim down a hallway. This is actually two beasts of exactly the same size. It's just a case of the bricks and the tunneling giving a different perspective. And that's what it's all about. It's about perspective. Now, it's important, but why? It's important because it makes your advertising work harder through communication that taps into psychology. So you can look at all the data in the world, you can look at the rationale, you can look at what people say they like and buy, but actually numerous studies have proven that the reasons that people buy things are the things that they don't even admit to. So some very, very interesting findings, and three of my favorite, I guess, behavioral science nudges in branding and marketing are here below. So I talk about the importance of nudges here throughout the funnel. Now, I start with the brand positioning all the way through to the delivery via the acquisition of the customer. So starting Robert Cialdini, who wrote Influence, the Science of Persuasion and Persuasion, he has a great quote, which I can't remember verbatim, but he talks about, price is such an important signifier of quality that brands have been known to raise prices and improve their market share. So it's a signifier of quality. Now I've got the Apple logo there because Apple have never once dropped their prices. In fact, they increased their prices. We go back every 2 years to get the iterated model with a couple of new features, and we buy the new socket and we buy the new charger for the new socket because we love the brand. They've not once dropped their prices. And there's brands who are known to drop their prices who have not sadly survived the pandemic. When it comes to acquisition, you should think about the sales tactics and the pricing tactics that you can use. Richard Shotton, a partner of Archman's, my company's, and also he wrote the book The Choice Factory. He did some brilliant research, and he's in his book The Choice Factory. He's got this great example from MIT. I think they did a mail order, MIT or Northwestern, sorry, and it was a catalog, and they split test 2 different catalogs, and it was the same dress in 2 different things. And they tested $39 versus $44. Now, as you'd expect, the $39 performed better. Now, this is talked about the left-hand pricing effect, the priming, you know, the 3, you see the 3 before the 4, the power of 9. So that's why things are 99p instead of £1. So $39 performed better than $44. But the interesting thing as well is that $39 also outperformed $34. Now, potentially, this is because of the left-hand pricing effect and its assumptions of what that means. Now, my hypothesis on this is that it's seen as a deal. When you go to the shop and you see something for something 99, you're automatically predisposed to that being an offer. And the delivery part is when, right, you've got the client, they've paid for your service, I don't know, you're on a plane, for example, and something happens, and it's not great. And the way you can use behavioral science is a very interesting opportunity, especially for dealing with issues. So Rory Sutherland, the brilliant author, I think he was on AdWorld 2020, I don't know if he's on again this year, but he wrote a book called Alchemy. It's sort of fascinating anecdotes. And he flew somewhere, and you know when you land miles away, it could be on a plane, and your plane comes to a stop 2 miles from the terminal, and a little bus comes along. Now, everyone who's flown knows that that's not ideal, and you think, oh God, this is not good. However, rather than the pilot getting on the tannoy and saying to the passengers, sorry about the inconvenience, we couldn't get a jet bridge, please wait and the buses will come and pick you up, he changed it to, don't worry, sit tight, we have shuttles coming to fast track you straight to passport control. So do you see how the use of language and those small changes can make the experience better of not only your acquiring customers, but once you've acquired them, make it better. The third is measurement. And I always say, just as you can measure it doesn't mean it matters. So the wrong measurements of success are actually damaging for your brand, and the proliferation of, Ads Manager, Business Manager, Google Analytics, AdWords, all these platforms, they give you impressions, clicks, reach, and CTR, CVR, certain things which are useful, but not always useful. So coming back to this, I would say measure what matters. And what matters is outcomes. So, you look at, for example, just because you measure it doesn't mean it matters. Think about what the end goal is. Now, yes, if you use paid search, you will get a better cost per acquisition, say. But longer term, is it helping the business? In the back of a book that I wrote, Back to Basics, which I'll talk about shortly, I gave this example in the back. Now, if you look at these 3 examples, this is a real, true working of arbitrary KPIs in action, okay? So if I was a CPA junkie, I'd look at that and I'd say, great, we achieved a CPA of $40 on paid search compared to that ridiculous TV one of 175. So actually I'm thinking, okay, great, that's a really efficient channel. Now then, efficiency is different to effectiveness. Paid search is a classic example of high conversion, low CPAs. Could be to do with attribution, it could be to do with the nature of capturing the intent, the people are already predisposed. There's a number of arguments which this particular session is not for. But what I will say is that there is a diminishing return. You can't keep that up forever. Look at the ROAS. Now the difference with ROAS is that is based on revenue generated versus spend, whereas cost per acquisition is only based on the marketing spend, okay? So what ROAS and ROI says is actually what are the business outcomes as a result of your marketing spend, not just number of conversions, but the actual, bottom line balance. Facebook wins, brilliant, that's great. But Facebook generated only 48,000 revenue. TV, on the other hand, inferior ROAS, superior revenue. And that's key. So to keep it simple, in layman's terms, if you've got £1 and you make £10, you've got a 10-to-1 ROAS. But I guarantee if you spend $1 million, you're not going to get a 10 million return. So the smart move is to not confuse effectiveness with efficiency, adapt, and then over time, once you've hit a certain level, evolve your KPIs. Good planning and good future investment means what works at one point will not work forever. Be ready to almost go backwards to go forward in that respect. Don't just take my word for it, by the way. There's a number of studies, Les Binet and Peter Field with a seminal paper, the long and the short of it, back in 2016, was about how you need both of them to work simpatico to grow your brand. So you'll have sales activations that peak and trough the share of voice and the sales activity, but then brand is something that's salient and has a longer lag time and something which needs to be supported to prop up said sales. And this is proven over a number of case studies in the WARC database. So what I'm getting to here is there's a challenge on education, okay? So, only the other day I saw this, that the Confused.com CMO here in the UK was talking about how to get the buy-in from the CEO. You got Les Binet here himself on WARC talking about getting buy-in from the CFO, okay? So what we need to be doing is thinking about not just CPAs, because CPAs are okay, but the CFO will like the CPA, but you need to make sure that if he sees a high CPA, that does not correlate with reduced revenue. It might well come to higher revenue, which the bottom line growth is just what the CMO wants to hear. I just want to finalize this on the big leveler. I like to use the analogy of David and Goliath. David, smaller, agile, taking on the big boys. Now, what I love about online buying is a dollar is a dollar. It doesn't matter who you are. You could be Procter & Gamble or Peter and Gabriel. It doesn't matter. You have a single dollar. You have just as much right. There's no economy of scale. There's no big agency buy that's going to save you or them. What you need to do is use that same dollar and you can bid effectively with the right creative, and you have got a seat at the table as good as anyone. And these are the kinds of channels I would implore most of those. There is some minimum spend on some of them, for example, YouTube VOD or potentially on Yahoo as well, depending on what area you do. But what I would say is you can go and register on every single one of these after this session. Start trading. You should be able to take on anyone in your category if you get it right. And I'll leave you with this example on the offline buy side. So I know it's an online advertising summit, but I like to talk about offline working harder as well. Now, there's a great story, the Lincoln Project over in the US, and they were a progressive not-for-profit, and they wanted to essentially redefine what politics was in the Trump era. So what they did a short advert and they bought one slot in one TV spot, and it was in Fox News, and it was quite a low and relative investment. I can't remember the exact amount, but who saw it? Mr. Trump himself, the trigger happy, tweet happy Donald Trump. He tweeted about it. He put them on the radar. And as a result, 2 million donations and 25,000 donors later, they were well known and they were able to continue their communications, which ultimately led to a successful secession of said target. And yeah, Dave Trott was a really good source for that on campaign. So just to finalize, my 4 points for you to take away to help your brand grow just outside performance marketing. Number 1, affiliates and partners are more than a fulfillment last click option. They are often ways to unlock new audiences and tap into new personas, whether it's price driven or comparison driven, to actually capture. So it's not just about fulfillment. Number 2, using nudges and behavioral science will help you all the way from positioning the price and the brand all the way through to tactics, activation and delivery, whether it's a plane, a bus or a jet bridge. With measurement, be prepared to evolve your measurement over time. Go for long-term business growth. You can short-term it for a while, but your CPA will start to go up, start to look at revenue. And finally, $1 is $1. And like the Lincoln Project were, be ruthless with your execution. Now, I cover this in a little more detail, the tenets of partnerships, behavioral science and positioning, and measurements, and there's some really great contributors. You can, of course, download in the link that will be attached to this presentation as well. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Actually, it's up to 125 now. This is about a month old. Ran a big sale, had a wonderful month and a half since then. I also build teams. I'm the founder of Smart Marketer. I'm the founder and CEO of Zipify Apps, which is a Shopify app company. So I'm out here doing it. And when it comes to advertising, back in about 2015, I started talking about this 3-pillared approach of multi-touchpoint marketing: awareness, remarketing, and loyalty. Now, this is super well known in our industry now, but when I started talking about this, it wasn't that well known. People weren't really looking at advertising in this way, and I was one of the voices that popularized this multi-touchpoint approach. Of course, multi-touchpoint advertising had existed forever. I didn't invent it, but I did apply it to the internet at a time when folks really weren't doing that. And so what that looks like is, getting in front of folks who don't know about you with pre-sale content and product demos and testimonials and brand identity affirmations and video ads and stuff like that. Retargeting the folks who engage with that content, make it to your website, watch one of your videos, etc., and using re-engagement, upsells, cross-sells, emails, advertisements, etc. And then once someone does actually buy from you, using a loyalty campaign or loyalty strategy to generate repeat business from the folks who did buy from you. So that's kind of the high level strategy. And what I want to do is I want to break down all of the current campaigns in my awareness pillar. I'm going to do that via slides, and then I'm actually going to take you into my ad account, and I'm going to show you the campaigns in my retargeting and loyalty pillar. So let's dive in. All right. The first campaign is the one I think everybody's going to be the most familiar with, which is my sort of standard awareness generation campaign. You can see I'm running it currently at a $15,000 a day budget, and you can run this at a $200 a day budget. It doesn't really matter where you are, but it's the one that everyone knows, where you're optimizing for conversions. You're running a campaign optimized for conversions. And in my case, I'm using multiple different ad sets. I've got audiences, which are groups of, groups of interests and stuff like that. I've got a really broad audience, and then I've got lookalike audiences. So I'm using 3 different sort of ad set strategies. I'm using campaign budget optimization in here, so it's going to test all these different ad sets. And I'm really only using 3 different strategies within the ad sets, which are interests. So the interests are like people who like, Dr. Phil and Whole Foods and are women over 40 and live in California, or just like super broad audiences, and then lookalikes of buyers, subscribers, fans, etc. And I use what are called super lookalikes, where I stack all my lookalikes together. So conversion campaign optimized for purchase event, not add to cart event, and with 3 different types of ad sets testing in there. Now, this is in the current campaign that I'm running. These are the types of ads that I have. I've got long form videos, which are, let's say 1 to 6 minute videos. Generally, in my case, I use customer testimonial, brand ambassador, product demonstration type videos, and I've got a whole training on that on my blog. I won't go into it too much here, but you can look up Ezra Firestone brand ambassador strategy, and I've got a bunch of stuff on it. Short form videos, which are basically value claims and ownership benefit statements and brand affirmations. Let me explain what those are. A value claim is I'm, as a brand, claiming I'm valuable because I'm the first, the world's first pro age cosmetic brand. My product is 3 times better than the competition because it's made more sustainably, whatever. Ownership benefit is as a result of owning this product, you will get, have, obtain, be perceived as, look like, feel like, whatever. So ownership benefit. And then brand identity affirmation, which is me as a brand, I believe this. I believe less is more when it comes to makeup. I believe, that makeup shouldn't be tested on animals, whatever. So my short form videos are generally ownership benefit statements. And it's, of course, my customers usually making these, not me. Value claims and brand identity affirmations. Then I run GIF animation ads and static image ads. So static images are just what they sound like, and I'll show you a few of these. And GIF animations are sort of rotating images. And I do what are called animated shorts, which are like sort of a much more sophisticated GIF animation ad. So in every standard conversion campaign that I'm running, I'm always going to have these 5 ad types. Reason being, Facebook is only going to show a video ad to a given person so many times in a day. So if you have image ads, video ads, GIF ads, long form, short form, 4:5 ratio, 1:1 ratio, the more pieces of creative you have and types of creative you have, the more placements you will show up in, the more opportunity you will have to reach your audience. Let's look at a few of these ads. Well, first let's look at the funnel. So this These ads, by the way, they're not all going to be pointing to the same funnel. I'm usually running 2 or 3, sometimes 4 different funnels in my main top of funnel awareness, conversion focused campaign where I'm spending most of my budget at the top of the funnel. I'm running usually 4 different funnels. The first one's going to look like this. This is an image ad here. I go to a pre-sell article. It's a very advanced strategy. I don't recommend starting there. Pre-sell article, which then you click through to a product page, and then from there to a shopping cart. I got a pre-purchase upsell in the shopping cart. You purchase, post-purchase upsell, and then yay, I'm happy. So that's the first funnel. And I will be running 2 or 3, sometimes 4 different pre-sell articles. So each of these ads might be linking to a different pre-sell, and then those pre-sells are, of course, pre-selling the same hero items. So I might be running 2 or 3 or 4 different pre-sells at a time. And again, you can Google Ezra Firestone pre-sell strategy if you want to go deep on that. But here my goal is just to show you my campaign structure, why I'm doing what I'm doing, how it works. I'm also going, in this case, video ad to long form sales page. This is a long form sales page for my hero product, which then of course goes through the same funnel. So let me actually show you this page. So here we are, standard store header. And then I've got a buy box for my hero product where I open with a customer testimonial. I've got a little, short form description of what they're getting, call to action, money back guarantee. I've got I'm telling you to Google a lot of stuff because I really want to focus on ads because this is AdWorld, but I've got a buy box formula. If you Google Ezra Firestone buy box formula, you'll get my formula for how I set up my buy boxes. Then I've got my second most popular items in a carousel. This is built in my landing page builder for Shopify Zipify pages. And then I've got a social proof GIF animation. So you notice how the text changes here. So this is a social proof GIF, CTAs interspersed. Then I've got some long form left-right content with my brand ambassadors doing videos showing why they like my product, what it does for them. And then I've got some long form left-right sales copy, ownership benefit statements, value claims, what you get, etc. Then I've got a second buy box and an FAQ. And then finally, social proof stars. So this is my long form sales page structure that's working the best for me. I call it a double buy box social proof sales page. And it is available inside Zipify pages. You can copy this exact page. But anyways, I'm driving traffic directly from my video ads, image ad, GIF ads, also to this long form sales page. So those are going to be my 2 main funnels at the top of the funnel, pre-sell articles to product pages, and then video ads to longer form, more traditional direct response sales pages. And I'll do that, by the way, in that top of funnel. I won't just have my hero product. I'll have my second and third best products as well running in there. So I'm combining all the creative into one major ad set. I'm letting one major campaign. I'm letting campaign budget optimization cycle through those ad sets. Every ad set has the same ads, and all those ads are linking to different pre-sales, different long-form sales pages for different hero products, and that's what I'm finding the best success with. So let's take a look at some of the ads, show you the layout here. So this would be an ambassador ad where I've got a customer who I've incentivized to give me a video talking about why they enjoy my products. I open with an emoji. Then I've got a single sentence description of the video, a call to action. I've got the video itself in a 1:1 or a 4:5 ratio to take up more space on mobile. I've got edited captions that are much larger than Facebook's, and then I end with a value claim. You can see same exact thing here, different video, shorter form video, same exact thing here, different video, except for in this case, I'm ending the CTA with a question. Maybe dark circles aren't bad, and I call that a curiosity builder and a controversial statement. So I'll always do questions. You'll notice my headlines are often questions, and they're always curiosity builders or controversial statements. So dark circles aren't bad is a controversial statement, and it builds curiosity. So that's 2 in 1. So this is my current winning formula. Not a lot of ad copy, but it's working really, really well. Here's an image ad. Same thing. Open with an emoji, ownership benefit statement. Then I've got a value claim and a call to action, 1:1 and 4:5 ratio. In this case, I'm using a 1:1. I got a PCOB, which is product, person, color, overlay, border. So those are the elements that I'm finding to work with the image ads. And then, so basically that ad's going to have one or more of all of those elements. And then I'm ending with a question. Here's another image ad. In this case, open with emoji, triple social proof. So I do a triple testimonial, value claim and call to action. Again, 1:1, 4:5, PCOB, and then I've got a hero benefit down the bottom. So before I show you more ad formulas, I want to show you, so that was, you've seen long form video, short form video. Of course, I didn't show them to you, but you saw the ads. And now you've seen the image ads. check this out. This is, and you didn't see a GIF ad, but GIF is literally just flashing imagery. Like sometimes I'll have just like a static image and then text will flash on it, or it'll flash between two pictures. So GIFs are really easy to make and they're beautiful and you should use them. But I've been doing, in addition to that, what I call animated shorts, 15-second animated shorts, and they absolutely crush. And you get someone on Fiverr to do these for you. Maybe they won't be as fancy as this, but they don't really have to. Before I hired a video editor in-house, I was doing these things and they were really, really janky, but they still work super well. Now I'm doing them a lot fancier, so check this out. A lot going on there. Motion graphics, static images, text overlay, colored backdrop, social proof, call to action, hero benefit call out, etc. So I don't have to get into too much of that, but basically these animated shorts work really, really well, and they loop, by the way. Facebook just loops them. One of my favorite animated short styles is what it does, who it's for, call to action. I call it the whiff. So what it does, who it's for, and then call to action. This is what this thing does. Here's who it's for, and you can go through this in 15 seconds. Here's a call to action. So this ad opens with social proof, has a content call to action because it's linking to a pre-sale, has an ownership benefit statement, mobile square canvas, and then I've got a product guarantee and social proof at the bottom, as well as some ownership benefit copy. Now, I know I'm going to get questions about like, what was that PCOB again? So that's person, product, color, overlay, border. You can see in this case, this PCOB ad opens with a yes-focused question. So I know that if I can get them to say yes, then they're more likely to continue reading. And I've tested this over and over. So it's like, do you use powder-based cosmetics? I know the answer to that is yes. So they answer in their head yes if they're reading this, and then it says, and then it basically goes on and answers the question. If you're over 50, powder-based cosmetics might not be that good. Come check out my piece of content. And then, of course, my colored backdrop, my square canvas, my visible text overlay, my person's face, and then a question headline down the bottom. And that question headline is a controversial one, right? Ditch the eyeshadow, that's controversial. Another, in this case, this is a GIF. So in this case, the sticks down the bottom stay the same, but the color behind them changes from red to blue, and the text at the top changes. So it just flashes, text, image, text, image, and it's just a motion graphic, essentially a GIF, and it works. I've got a benefit call to action, 5 simple tips for a fresh look. I've got an affirmation statement, which is a brand identity affirmation. This is what I believe. Less is more as women age. I've got a controversial statement. Don't use powder-based products. And then I've got a call to action and then a controversial statement down the bottom with another CTA. Here I'm using a value claim, a benefit statement, an affirmation statement, a content CTA, and a question. And this is a longer form video. Works super well. So this is just giving you some of my ad. What I find is that most people don't focus on the ad copy. And even though they might have a decent image ad or a decent video, they don't have a deliberate structure. And I'm reuse these formulas over and over and over, and they work super well. So that's my hero campaign. I spend, in the awareness pillar, I would say 60% of what I spend is in this campaign, which is optimized for conversions. Okay, next campaign at the top of the funnel. I call this the discount evergreen sale. So basically what this is, and you'll see I'm spending $2,600 a day here on this one. It's the same type of campaign where it's a conversion focused campaign running at the top of the funnel, optimizing for purchases, and I'm only running it to my 1% super lookalike audience. So it's only running to the best people who are the most likely to buy from me. In it, I only have image ads, short form video ads, and GIF ads. So image ad, short form video ad, GIF ad. Don't have long form videos, don't have animated shorts, etc. Just simple ads. And it's, in this case, a GIF. It goes directly to a sale page. Now, this is the same exact sale page that I used for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, except for it's just themed to be evergreen. So it's a hidden, floating, evergreen discount where I'm offering 10% off my products, and it's targeting the same people who see all my normal ads. And so basically they'll see my video ads, my image ads, my GIF ads that go directly to my pre-sales and go directly to my long-form sales pages. And then they might also see, hey, Boom's 10% off right now. So let me show you what this page looks like. Hero banner at the top with a CTA, single item Johnson box focused on the most popular product, and then dual row. Notice there's text overlay, image swap upon hover. Notice I've got 2 columns on desktop and mobile. So mobile's also going to have 2 columns. Border around the image, product name, ownership benefit / description, star rating, discount, and then CTA to the product page, and then another Johnson box, so on and so forth down the page. This runs all the time. And these ads go to that long form sales page, which then goes to the product page. And then, of course, they go to checkout, where I have a pre-purchase upsell. I have an application I built in Shopify that offers pre- and post-purchase upsells. In this case, this is a pre-purchase cart upsell, offering them the ability to upgrade from one product to another. Then once they do that, they buy, and they go to checkout, they enter their money, or they do Shop Pay or PayPal. I offer them a post-purchase one-click upsell, and then they're done. And you'll notice these are going to be mostly static image ads, text overlay, product, focusing on social proof, focusing on the discount, using emojis. Here's an example I'll just show you from Black Friday, because basically we just took our Black Friday campaign. We did this in 2019, 2020, and now 2021. We take all the same ads. We take Black Friday away. We lower the discount, and then we theme it for just an evergreen sale. We run it at a small budget, and it just crushes. In this case, we open with an emoji. We have a question. Hey, have you seen this yet? Benefit statement and CTA, PCOB ad, actionable CTA, and then a discount. Same thing here. Notice, by the way, this ad is literally just text on an image, because the 20% text rule is gone now, and this ad crushes. We've been doing text over images as our mixing up our ads with literally just text on an image. It works really well. Emoji open, deadline CTA, benefit CTA, PCOB ad, actionable content, and then some urgency. And so basically what I wanted to show you was that the 1% super lookalike works really, really well. This, by the way, is the Black Friday Cyber Monday campaign. Notice that we ran this to cold audiences and warm audiences in the same campaign. And in this case, and by the way, we do this with the discount campaign as well, we'll run it to 1%, and then occasionally we will also run it to warm audiences, but we'll usually only run it to cold audiences. But it works really well because these cold audiences have been seeing our ads, and I'm going to show you all the other campaigns and ads they're seeing. They're not just seeing the first campaign you saw. So just wanted to show you that you can run an evergreen discount campaign. In addition to that, at the top of the funnel, we run what's called a catalog sales objective campaign. So our third campaign is catalog sales. Notice the campaign objective is catalog sales. This is where you're using a product catalog, and we're running this to all the same audiences that we're running our conversion focus campaign to. This is what a catalog dynamic product ad. It's not actually a dynamic product ad because they didn't visit a product page. It's going to a cold audience. It's called a DABA ad, a dynamic ad to a broad audience, and it goes directly to the product page. Simple as that. Now for these, I open with the emoji stars. I use social proof. I have a guarantee. I have an opening card before the carousel, and then I have my most popular items coming after that opening card. And I'll just split test the opening card, images, videos, GIFs, long form videos, but it's basically the same formula. And these dynamic ads to broad audiences work super duper well. All right, the next kind of the next type of campaign that I run at the top of the funnel is an email lead gen campaign. So you've seen conversion focused, you've seen the evergreen discount, you've seen catalog sales objective. Now I run email opt-in campaigns all year long for different reasons. So, this one is quite simple because every time I run a sale event, in this case it's Black Friday, I run ads that says, hey, this sale's coming soon, and I run it to cold audiences. Enter your email address if you want to sign up for the sale. They opt in. Then I say, hey, thanks so much. Go follow us on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube, so I can try to kind of populate my other audiences for other networks. And then I put them on a email autoresponder that says, yay, you're going to get notified when the sale happens. And then, of course, I do notify them when the sale happens. I run ads to them, etc. So I build up every sale that I do, not just the holiday sale, but every sale I do this for. My Valentine's Day sale, single item sale for the summer, whatever. I run this. And you'll notice I buy leads very, very cheap. Look at this, 2% buyer lookalike generated $1.80, 2,500 leads at $1.85 a pop. So that's Black Friday when it's the most expensive time of the year, the 2 weeks leading up to Black Friday. Now, in addition to that, I also run giveaways, ads, emails, organic social posts to an opt-in page. where once they opt in, they get put on a giveaway list that says, hey, we'll let you know when the giveaway is selected. And then we warm them up. We tell them, hey, you didn't win, but you can still get 10% off, which of course links to the product offer page. And then, of course, after they opt in, they do get sent directly to that thank you page. And I run this to cold and warm traffic every 6 weeks. I do a 1-week giveaway for one of my products. This crushes. It keeps my warm audiences engaged, and it gets me a lot of leads from cold audiences. So that's another way that I do email lead generation. And then, of course, once the giveaway is over, I leave the page active. Now, those are both sporadic, right? When I run a sale, I do opt-ins, build up the early bird list, and when I run a giveaway, I do opt-ins for the giveaway, and that works really well, and I'm able to convert those people. But those are sporadic. I'm also running evergreen email lead gen, and the evergreen email lead gen, and again, guys, this is high-level strategic overview. This isn't going to give you every single little piece and detail of each campaign, but it's designed to show you that you need to be doing a lot more than you are if you want to scale. Because Facebook has each person as a profile, and that profile number, they are only going to see a certain amount of conversion ads, a certain amount of video ads, a certain amount of image ads, a certain amount of opt-in ads. And so if you've got everything going, catalog sales ads, you're going to be able to reach that person way more than your competition. So I do gated content where I just take my pre-sales that I already wrote, and I gate them behind an opt-in. So 10-minute makeup guide, opt in here to get it. So I'm running an ad on Facebook, get my free guide. They enter their email address, puts them on an autoresponder to warm them up, drops them right on the pre-sale. The very same pre-sale that I'm running at the top of the funnel in the first campaign I show you. I just gate it with an email address and add an autoresponder to it because some people need longer to warm up. Some people aren't just going to pull out their credit card and buy. So I create a longer form funnel, and this crushes. I mean, you can see here 8,000 leads at $2 a pop, 68,000 leads at $2.90 a pop. That is 2020. In 2020, that's how much I spent. I generated 68,000 leads, $3. I'll do that all day long. I'll spend $3 an email lead to the same audiences that I'm running my conversion focused campaigns to, by the way. Warm them up, get them on my email list, sell to them. Now, look at this. Video views, brand awareness, landing page views. These are 3 different objectives, right? Objective video view, objective traffic, objective brand awareness. I'm only running these at $100 a day, but the cost per impression on these is so freaking low. Like it's like 1/30th the price to run these objectives, because these same ads, same image ads, same video ads, same long form videos, short form videos, but running with video views objective, traffic objective, brand awareness objective, just to get more visibility out in front of the same groups of people who I'm targeting with my conversion ads. They're seeing those. Facebook will show them those all day long because those have no CTAs. They're not designed to get them off platform. They're just designed at a low budget to give me a lot of reach and visibility to my audience, and they work super well. So I'm always running page post engagement, which you don't see here, video views, brand awareness, and landing page views. So those are my main top of funnel awareness campaigns. By the way, they're duplicated in Canada and Europe. I'm running the same exact structure in Canada and the same exact structure in Europe. And I didn't show you some things I'm running like for separate products, different long-form sales pages, different pre-sales, etc. But they're all in those campaigns. And I've got a Europe version, Canada version, and USA version. So that's my top of funnel awareness campaign structure with a few of the winning ads that I've got in there. Right. So for the second part of this, I wanted to actually bring you inside the ad account so you could see some fun stuff from in here. So I've got a retargeting campaign here that is above product page. So this is basically product page retargeting. Of course, I'm doing DPAs and a few other things, but above that, I've got what I call warm and hot. So let's look at warm. And by the way, this is in one campaign, and I'm setting the budget manually. And this is optimizing for conversions, optimizing for purchases. So warm is going to be basically anybody who's watched one of my videos, anybody who's engaged with my fan page, and anybody who's visited one of my pre-sales or engaged on Instagram. And it's excluding everybody else down the funnel. Opened or clicked an email, blog post visitors, buyers, subscribers, cart visitors, homepage videos, etc. So this is warm. This is engaged on social media, so watched one of my videos, didn't click, or visited one of my pre-sales but didn't make it to the product page. And in here, I'm going to have more ambassador ads. Notice the same structure that I just showed you. This is a great example of a GIF animation ad, right? Notice that the picture stays static, but the text gets your attention, right? Red, white, and it builds. Notice that I'm opening with that same copy, right? I reuse copy over and over. I've been using this copy on different ads for years. It works super well. Copy that you already saw. This is the what it does, who it's for ad that I talked to you about, right? Where it's like your entire makeup bag in 3 sticks. These are what the products are. It's for women of every generation. It's called the Boomstick Trio. It's first pro age cosmetic line for women of every skin tone, and you can go ahead and buy it, right? And social proof, CTA, money back guarantee, because these people have seen. I think I might have just turned that off on accident. These people have seen my pre-sale, or they've seen my videos, right? Here's an example of a PCOB ad, right? Similar ad copy structure, which is what's been working for us. And then here's an example of a another GIF animation where it's just literally images swapping, and that works well also. All right, the next one we have is hot retargeting, and this is going to be people who are a little bit hotter, and so they've visited my site at least twice. They've opened or clicked an email but not bought, or they visited my homepage or store page, or they've consumed one of my blog videos. So these are a lot hotter, right? So they're still not product visitors, but they're hotter than just watched a video on social media or visited a pre-sale. So these are hotter folks, and I separate them out and target them differently, of course, still excluding buyers, subscribers, cart visitors, etc. Now notice my best ad in here, using the star emojis on the ad, the text overlay, hero shot of the product, focusing on social proof, linking directly to the store. Notice that the ads in the warm were linking back to pre-sales, but in the hot, I'm linking you right back to my collection page. Notice this ad here is just a straight woman's face, works super well, focused a lot on our brand identity. So pro-age, we're against anti-aging, we celebrate you at every age. So in these, we're using different angles. We're using social proof. We're using brand identity. We're using ownership benefit. We're using value claims. We're using all the stuff that we're coming at it from a bunch of different angles, because some people are going to respond to different things, right? So you want to have you want to leverage as much as you can. You don't want just one angle. Animal cruelty, sustainability, etc. Whatever you stand for. And these are all ads that ran that then we turned off and updated with newer ads, and we just left the old ads in here. Here's a great example of a GIF ad that ran for like a year. It was just literally just look at how many 5-star reviews we've had. This ad crushed. Super simple. And we just update these ads, and we'll just leave the old ones in here until you run out of ads, and then we'll start a new campaign. Okay, so that's a retargeting campaign number 1, hot and warm. Let's talk about product visitor retargeting. So the first campaign we have for product visitors is what's called dynamic product ads. We are breaking this up and this is people who literally visit a product, and we're going to fill an advertisement dynamically with the product they visited. Someone who added to cart in the last 3 days, someone who viewed a product or added to cart in the last 4 to 14 days, someone who viewed a product in the last 3 days, and then viewed or added to cart 15 to 30, and viewed or added to cart 30 to 60. So we're only separating viewed and add to cart in the first 3 days. So if you viewed in the first 3 days, we're separating you from if you added to cart. But then otherwise, from 4 to 14, 15 to 30, and 30 to 60, we are combining them. So as an example, let me just show you what that looks like. So we've got our catalog sales objective, and we're saying custom combination. Viewed a product in the last 14 days, added to cart in the last 14 days, but didn't view in the last 3, or add to cart in the last 3, or purchase in the last 14. So that's how we exclude the last 3 days, but we get day 4 to day 14. So on and so forth. Now, what's interesting about this is viewed in the last 3 days. I want to show you something funny. The best ad from someone who viewed a product, keep in mind, they didn't add to cart, but they just viewed a product, but then we use copy in here as if they had added to cart. So we say, hey, we're holding your items, and that confuses people and has them engage, and it actually is the best ad we have in the viewed product page. We also use that at the top of the funnel for people who've literally never seen our ads before. In our dynamic ads for broad audiences, we use add to cart copy. Sorry, abandoned cart copy. And like I was saying, in these aren't the dynamic ads to broad audiences, but these are catalog sales objective ads. Notice we'll use a GIF animation to open the card. We'll use an image as the opening card. We'll use long form videos as the opening card. I think this one might be a long form video in here. No, this is just another GIF. But we use all kinds of different opening cards in these. This might be, no, also a GIF. But we use all kinds of different opening cards. And I think if we went to, let's say, like, add to cart 4 to 14, you might find a longer form one, or maybe they're just this current run, we're not using long form static image. So that's the first product retargeting campaign, is dynamic product ads. But then in addition to that, we are retargeting product page visitors on an individual basis. So visited the gold page, visited the scrub page, visited a nectar page. So these are audiences of people who visited our individual product pages, and we're running straight up static image ads to them. In addition to our dynamic product ads, we're running straight up static image ads for each individual product page, and it's crushing. And we use lots of fun copy. Hey, we asked our staff, what did they like, and they thought this was the best, and go over to this individual product page and buy it. And we do this for every ad, in addition to our dynamic product ads, and they're all focused on the value and benefit of the individual product, right? This is our Boom Clean product. Find you another example of a ad here. Did you know, a little bit about the product, why you should use it, etc. So static image ads promoting individual products using using audiences of the individual product offer page. So not just dynamic product ads, we're also doing retargeting of product page visitors with static ads as well. I wanted to show you our page post engagement campaign. It's because it is both retargeting, but it's also brand awareness. So I'm going to scroll down and just click on this so you can see this is page post engagement. And you'll notice it's targeting buyers, subscribers, fans, and a 1% lookalike. And then these ads are every piece of content we do that we put out, we put in here as an ad. So, if we do, like in case Ladies Night, which was a video we did, a live video, we'll amplify that with page post engagement. Look at how many comments and shares that has. We'll do videos of individual women. We'll do static images. We'll do these fun things we'll do polls. Like I think this is a poll here. Let's find out. Nope, that's just a quote. We'll do quotes. Look at how much shares this has, 1,000 shares. And we're not spending a lot on this, but I want to show you a really fun type that we do once a month in here. Like this one, for example. My favorite Boom product is, and then they fill it in. But it's asking for interaction, but that's not the one. That's not exactly what I had in mind. We'll do images. Here you go, like this. We'll do images like this, where it's like, what do you love about summer? And then they get to answer in the comments A, B, C, D, E, F, and then 2,000 comments, 277 shares. And what this does is this goes out to the same audiences that we're targeting with our conversion campaigns, but it gets them engaged. It gets them seeing our content. Maybe it builds our audiences more. These things crush for us, and they make money, and they're not even, obviously you can't scale them to make money, but they're a really good additional campaign that fit into both awareness and retargeting pillar. All right, and then we've got one loyalty campaign that we always run. And we call it bought X and not Y. So this is basically someone bought from us, but they didn't buy this product in the last 180 days. Someone bought from us, they didn't buy this product in the last 180 days. Now, of course, in the loyalty pillar, we're always, every 6 weeks, we're running a sale event. So we're monetizing our customers that way. And we're also in the loyalty pillar amplifying that page post engagement content. But in addition to that, we're literally taking anybody who bought one item and not another, and we are promoting individual items to them via bot X and not Y ads at all times. And these crush. This is where we make most of our money. Notice this is that triple social proof ad here. We make most of our loyalty money in this campaign because it runs evergreen. Of course, the sale events do really, really well also. But bot X and not Y, where we're telling people, hey, this is because they already know us. They already bought from us. So we can be really direct. We can just straight pitch. Notice this is that straight text ad, star emojis, quote, links directly to the product. You can be really aggressive here, and you can have very high budgets. And when it comes to awareness, getting people's attention, you want your frequency to be sort of 1 to 3. You don't really want a higher than a 3 frequency. Retargeting, you can be that 2 to 6 range. And then loyalty in this pillar, I mean, your frequency can be as high as 12 here, because these people, already bought from you. So you can have a really high frequency. You can really blast them with these ads, and they work super well. So this is our loyalty pillar, bot X and not Y campaign. So those are my campaigns for awareness, retargeting, and loyalty. There's a lot more than most people run. I'm running in Canada, I'm running in Europe, and I'm running awareness, retargeting, and loyalty. And every one of those pillars has multiple campaigns with multiple pieces of creative, multiple sales processes, etc. Now you start with one. You start image ad or video ad direct to product page, conversion focused. But eventually you work your way up to do email lead gen. You work your way up to doing additional objectives like page post engagement, brand awareness, video views, etc. You work your way up to doing, evergreen discount campaigns. You work your way up to doing pre-sale articles. You work your way up to doing long-form sales pages. So I just wanted to give you a overview of campaign structure for a big account. So maybe not as technical as tactical as some of the ones you've seen, but I find a lot of people are missing the big picture view of how to successfully horizontally and vertically scale a ad campaign. So I hope you got something out of this. My name is Ezra Firestone. You can follow me on Instagram or Twitter at Ezra Firestone. I'm on Facebook and YouTube as well. If you're on Shopify and you want to copy all my sales pages and sales funnels, or you want upsells and cross-sells to increase your average order value, you can check out Zipify Apps, which is my software company. And I hope you got some value out of this. Thanks for watching.
Exactly how to get the very best from YouTube advertising. And I really am talking about explosive growth. Here is a screenshot of an account that we've been running recently. And you can see here that this is taken from the 17th of March 2020 through to 2021. And the blue line and the blue line is the cost and the red line is the cost per conversion. And you can see in the early days, the cost per conversion was all over the place. And then by implementing this methodology I'm going to share with you, you can see that the cost per conversion came under control, became very reliable and consistent as it continues to reduce. And at the same time, we've been able to scale this particular account to the point where we're spending now over $40,000 per day. And in some days, we're spending nearly $60,000 per day in this particular account. So the potential of YouTube is huge, and you just need to make sure you know what to do. And this is where this A4 method can work incredibly well. So I want to share with you this as a kind of proof that there is a huge amount of potential on YouTube. And now it's a case of showing you exactly how to do this. Now we're going to be talking about running YouTube ads, and I'm sure you're familiar with YouTube ads, but this is the type of ad format we're going to focus in on. This is the in-stream ad or the pre-roll ad that you've probably seen many times on YouTube. Now, why YouTube? Why is it such a great platform? Well, first of all, if you're spending a lot of money on, let's say, Facebook and getting great results, but it is getting a bit volatile, isn't it? Then YouTube can be a great platform to diversify some of that ad spend and say it's probably best to start working out how to put some of that Facebook ad budget into YouTube, get that one nailed down, because then we have two platforms that work really well for us. Likewise, when you run your accounts properly, you can get incredible profit and at the same time really scale on those profits as well. It's very reliable and consistent. And at the same time, if you do this and you get great results, you're going to become the hero of your brand as well, because if Facebook does get a lot tougher with all these changes that are happening, it may just be that YouTube is the savior and you can become the hero of your brand. Now, a lot of people will often say, yeah, I've tried YouTube ads before, but they didn't really work for me. And there's three reasons for YouTube ad failure, really, that I see most of the time. Now, first of all, you can't simply copy and paste your Facebook ad campaigns. I see a lot of people trying to do that, do this like really clever retargeting strategy and pulling people through. It just doesn't work in the same way YouTube. YouTube is a very different platform, and I'll talk about why in just a second. Also, you can't get away with just okay video ad creative. You've got to create good video ad creative. It doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't have to be, you have to be some sort of copywriting genius or anything like that. You just need to know what to do, because at the end of the day, your YouTube ad creative is everything with your YouTube ad performance. You can see here as this sample ad, there is no text above the video. There are no comments below the video. The video itself has to do all the heavy lifting by itself in isolation. And you're interrupting people as well. So the video creative has to be on point if you want to get good results on YouTube. And thirdly, you just can't give up after a week if you're not getting 20x ROAS. This is a different platform. It's going to work wonders for you, but you need momentum. You need that consistency with your campaigns to dial it in and then start scaling upon those results. But it's not going to happen overnight. There is going to be a little bit of hard work ahead, unfortunately, but I just want to tell you the truth right now. So what do you ought to remember about YouTube? What's like the important thing about, like before you get into YouTube, what do you need to remember before getting into running the ads on YouTube? Well, first of all, we all consume content differently on YouTube versus anywhere else. And the comparison I normally talk about is the idea of having like a bookstore versus a bar. Okay, YouTube is like the bookstore. We're going there for a purpose. Yeah, yes, we might go and browse some other books and things, but we're normally going to the bookstore because we want a particular book. We're in search mode. We might ask the bookkeeper who kind of can help us find different books, or the librarian, for example, help us find different authors' content, for example. But really, we're going there with the reason for being in that bookstore. Whereas we're not going to the bar for any reason apart from connecting with others and meeting new people, perhaps. And that's kind of like Facebook. It's a different place. We're looking to be entertained in a different way. And so on YouTube, we're going there less frequently, but the visits when we do go to YouTube are very purposeful. And you'll tend to find the average session duration of someone who's going to YouTube will spend 40 plus minutes, which is a huge amount of time when they're in that mode for you to get in front of them and pull them through to your website to become a customer. Now, there's also a hidden impact of running your ads on YouTube, and that is the fact that everyday consumers look at YouTube rather like TV. If they see an advertiser on TV, they make this mental shortcut or this heuristic in their head. They're thinking, hang on a second, if they're advertising on TV, they must be a really successful brand. And you get to borrow that same thing, because when people go to YouTube and they see brands advertising on YouTube, they think to themselves, wow, this is reserved for the big brands, the people that do really well. And they don't need to know that you're running a campaign that's costing you $10 per day. If they see you there, they'll consider you to be like a TV advertising brand and have that credibility come along for the ride. It's this shortcut they'll make in their head, and it's amazing for us as advertisers. So this presentation I'm sharing with you today is not a case of I did my own research. And what that really means when most people say that is that they've watched someone else's YouTube video. This comes from experience. Now, I've been running an agency called Viewability in the UK with clients all over the globe, a lot of like household names as well, but we run performance-based YouTube ad campaigns for clients, which means that we're fronting the ad spend and clients are paying for results. So we really are performance-based. And I've been advertising online for 13 years, and this is my 8th year of pure focus on YouTube advertising. So I know a lot about the YouTube ad platform and know what works, what doesn't work. And this is really where I developed and refined with my team our A4 method. And now we roll this out for pretty much every client we work with. We also teach this at Ad Buyers Club as well, and we're seeing great results with our mentors, or mentees, because we do performance-based mentoring as well, where we teach this A4 method, and it really does get very good results. And that's exactly why I want to share this with you today. So let's get on with it. Now, I want you to get that A4 sheet of paper, and the first thing I want you to do is write at the top of the A4 method, so you just know what you're doing. And then I want you to draw 2 lines, so you kind of divide the page up into 4 quadrants as such. And then for each quadrant, add the letter A. It's going to have 4 A's as we go through this. So it's an A4 sheet of paper with 4 A's. Okay, the first A is going to stand for audience. How getting in front of your customers. Let's talk about that. So let's go back to this bookstore analogy. Okay, so let's say, for example, you owned the bookstore. You'll probably know you have 3 different types of customers. Okay, now your 3 different types of customers are going to be window shoppers. These are the people that kind of are outside browsing, looking, they may be trying to kill some time potentially, or they see the bookstore and they stop and they look through the window because something catches their eye, something of interest is in that bookstore. And there's a good chance, if you're clever about it, you can bring those people in store. Now, you're also going to have store shoppers, people who come into the store who have a book on their mind and they want to ask you questions. They're in research mode, or they're looking for a particular book on a certain topic so they can understand more. Those people are store shoppers. And you're also going to have checkout shoppers. These are the people that have been in the store for a little while, found the books they want, and they go into the checkout and they're ready to make their purchase. They probably just want to ask a few simple questions before making that purchase that particular day. So you've got 3 different types of customer, 3 different types of mindsets. And this goes for any business, really. I mean, I've made this about the bookstore here, but it goes for any business, online and offline. Thing is, people overcomplicate things typically. And with YouTube, it can seem a little bit daunting when you first look at the platform, because there's all these different types of targeting methods. You have remarketing, placements, keywords, custom audiences, topics, in-market audience affinities. You also have similar audiences, detailed demographics, and many, many more as well. And all these opportunities available to you, but you're like, well, where do I get started? Well, first of all, let's use this kind of mindset approach to work out what sort of targeting can map on to people's mindsets, and I'll help you out. This is what it looks like. So you tend to find that you've got different types of targeting can be mapped onto different types of customers, and the easy customers to go after, excluding checkout shoppers like with remarketing. But when you're looking for cold traffic and converting new customers to your business, you want to look at store shoppers first, because if you have this natural store shopper coming in, it's actually pretty easy to turn them into customers. So with all those different options available there, I'm just going to talk about custom audiences for now, because I feel like it's a great strategy to use if you're wanting to get started with YouTube ads. So custom audiences, let's go into a little bit more detail about exactly what they are. Custom audiences are audiences that you build inside of your account, and you can define your audience for yourself. Now, as you can see here, if you go inside your AdWords account and you can look to go for your building an audience, you'll open up this window that looks like this. It will say new custom audience, and you'll get to choose what you want to call it. But look at this. I just like put it in the green box here. People who searched any of these terms on Google. Basically, what you're going to do is you're going to give a load of keywords to Google, and they'll say, okay, cool, I know I can track all the people that have typed in those keywords in Google recently. We'll build an audience of those people, and then you can advertise that audience should those people then come to YouTube. It's a fantastic way of targeting your audience, really very scalable as well, but gets great returns on your ad spend. So what you want to do is add in a load of Google terms in here. So I've put in here best acoustic guitar, and then Google will help you out with this process as well. So they'll say, well, what other ones are suitable for you? And you might look through the Google search term ideas they predict, and you can go through and say, yeah, I'll take this one, and I'll take these other three here. I won't take the other one because it's about guitar strings for beginners, probably not quite so relevant. So then you're starting to collect more and more of these keywords to build this custom audience for yourself. And it will start to look like this. And you can add more and more. Now, I don't know the optimal number because it's different for every niche. But what you do want to do is just check on the right-hand side and make sure your weekly impressions is nice and high. So you've got 100 million to 500 million. That's good. I'm happy with that as a custom audience here. It's relevant as well as a large audience here for me. So when I've got this, what we're basically saying is if anyone types in a keyword like recommended acoustic guitar for beginners, and they type that into Google, well, over time they'll be added to my custom audience, and then should they come to YouTube and watch any videos, then all of a sudden they'll see my ad that appears. And that is awesome because it means that I'm getting in front of people when they have been looking on Google for what it is that I offer. And of course, this is for guitar, but this will be your ad, depending on your custom audience. So if you know what your customers are typing into Google and what they're looking for there, you can build that audience and then advertise to them when they come to YouTube. It works incredibly well, and I would really highly recommend you go and start building your own custom audiences here. But what happens if you don't have that store shopper? What happens if not many people are searching for what it is you do? You can always normally find something, but if you're struggling with that, well, the great thing is that custom audiences can work for window shoppers as well. Because when I showed you that custom audience earlier, if we just zoom into the bottom here, you can see you can expand your audience by also including any of these. And look at that top one there, people who browse types of websites, or people who use types of apps on their mobile device, or people who use or visited certain places like physical places like spas or golf courses, etc., or restaurants of particular genre, so to speak. And you can now start building audiences, custom audiences, based on the websites your customers are likely to visit. So if you know they're going to certain URLs that are dedicated to a particular type of topic that's relevant for your business, it is definitely worthwhile trying to build those custom audiences, because you're then saying it's like having a remarketing tag on other people's websites. You can build that audience, and then when they come to YouTube, they're going to start seeing your ads, which is just insanely powerful. All right, so that is the first A of the A4 method. Go and build that custom audience based on those store shoppers and also those window shoppers, and that will work very well for you. All right, so we've done the first part, audience. Let's move on to the second part, which is going to be all about acquisition. Now, I don't want to go into too much detail here because there's going to be so many speakers at AdWorld that do an incredible job of this. But what I do want to do is share with you what we see that works really well from YouTube ads and kind of the ideal scenario. So when we're sending traffic from the YouTube ad to the website, there's some obvious things we're looking for, which is going to be like high conversion rates and high average order value. And that can always be improved with upsells and order bumps, for example. But I would say that you need to make sure you're adopting YouTube with a growth mindset rather than a ROAS mindset, especially in the early days, because you want to give yourself as much margin as possible to get the account to dial in. And once you're seeing really good results and you're starting to reduce that cost per conversion, then you can begin to scale. And that's where your ROAS will really start to kick in. But another thing that we often see works really well when sending YouTube traffic to your offers is to continue that customer journey on with more video. So if you have a video on your website that may say, like, kind of talk a little bit more about your origin story and your backstory, building up your credibility, etc., it means that your viewers who are on YouTube watching video, who like to watch video, get to your website, get to watch more video, and really build a bond with your brand. And so that can work incredibly well. So when you're creating your YouTube ads, which we'll talk about in just a second, it's a good idea to also think about potentially creating some videos for your website, as that'll really continue that customer journey and increase that conversion rate through the process. Alrighty, so with this in mind, let's complete that chat about acquisition and move on to the third part of running really successful YouTube ads, which is going to be actually about the creative, the ads themselves. So when it comes to running YouTube ads, you need to create your ads in a very particular way, and I'm going to break it down for you. But first of all, we need to think about your customer psychology. And for that, we need to think about one particular question that will unlock everything. And that is, how do we actually make decisions? It's not a question we often ask ourselves, and it's actually quite a difficult question to answer. So I'm going to simplify it to a kind of a bit in a big way here, but really there's 3 steps to this. First of all, you have your unconscious brain, and it needs to be activated. This is the part of you that stores all your emotion, your values, your identity, all your memories, your learnings, everything that kind of makes up who you are. And it's not easy to access it, but we know it's there. It makes up who we are. It's everything about us. Once that part of our mind is activated and wants something, that's when decisions start happening. And from there, the unconscious brain then wakes up the conscious brain. So it says, okay, I want something, conscious brain, figure out for me how to go and get that. Now, the conscious brain will also have some logic attached to it and some values attached to it where it needs to make sure that it goes through some checks so it's making the right decision. But once it's happy, it'll be like, yeah, cool, let's go make this decision. And at that point, you need one further element to this, and that is going to be your call to action. Getting people to have that sense of urgency to actually go and take that decision now. And with those 3 elements in your ad, you will find that you perform incredibly well. So what we actually do is take those 3 elements and we turn it into a 3-act process in our ads. So Act 1 will be about waking up your unconscious brain. Act 2 will be about satiating that conscious brain. And then the 3rd act will be about that call to action and creating that tension to actually make people take that action. So Act 1, you need to start thinking about your desires of your customer, and in particular, decision-driving desires. Once you activate an emotion that drives decision-making in your customer, that's what's going to wake up that unconscious brain. And without that, you're always going to find it's going to be a logic sell, which is always tough. You want to be an emotional sell. Okay, so have a think about this for a second. Here is a smorgasbord of decision driving desires here. And think about your product, the benefits of that product, what's going to achieve that customer, who they're going to become as a result of it, and think about what emotion is going to be really driving that behavior. Now, I'll give you an example. Let's say, for example, you see a 4x4 vehicle being advertised on TV. You're going to see that vehicle driving up a mountainside, going off-roading, getting to a secluded beach. The driver gets out, grabs their surfboard and goes surfing. And what really it's saying is, our promise to you is if you buy this particular vehicle, you will gain adventure in your life. You'll become an adventurous type of person. That is what that product is promising, and what they're selling to you is adventure. And you've got to think about your product and what you're really saying to people. If you buy this product, here's what you'll get. Here's who you'll become. Here's the sort of behavior you'll be able to do as a result of buying this product. It's the promise at the unconscious level that makes the unconscious brain wake up and say, yeah, I want that. I want that now. Okay, so when you're thinking about this in your particular product, I want you to think about that and then kind of start coming up with a couple of concepts, potentially. This is just ideas for what the video might look like. Now, I did this with a client of ours, and we've got some amazing video with her. She teaches people online how to play piano. I said to her, what is the deep desire of your customers? And after a few conversations around it, she realized that, like, okay, cool. What it is this creative freedom. They want to sit down at the piano and just lose themselves and have this complete flow state where they play for what feels like 5 minutes, but it's actually an hour. I was like, I've got it. Okay, cool. I said, now imagine you had a dream tonight, and imagine kind of what that would be for you. And she's, for some reason, I see this piano on a beach. I was like, great, can we take this piano to your beach? And she was like, no, these Steinway pianos cost hundreds of thousands, probably not a good idea. And I was like, okay, yeah, the salt air might actually just ruin the piano. And so we're like, okay, what else can we do? And she put in a few phone calls to some removal men, and they're like, yeah, we can take a piano to this mountain. And that's exactly what they've done in this video, as you can see here. It's this mountain range, and it's got this beautiful lake with the trees in the background. And really what you're doing is, if you're like seeing this, you're thinking to yourself, I want to be that person playing piano there because I'll just lose myself. This is like creative freedom in a scene. And that's what you're doing, is you're kind of understanding what emotion you're wanting to kind of get out of your customer, and then you're setting up a concept where they see that in action and thinking, I want to be that person doing that thing, feeling that emotion. And as soon as you do that, you're going to wake up that unconscious brain and it's going to say, I want that, whatever it is. Conscious brain, figure out how to go get it. Okay, so that's going to be the concept that I want you to think about for your particular ad. Now, when we can move on to Act 2, where we're talking about the conscious brain. Now here, we're going to start talking a lot more about like logic and values and justifying that decision that your brain's already made that it wants this product or this service. And so when you're thinking about the logic and the values, really what you're looking to do is build these assets out. So the assets will be things like your backstory, like how it is that you've achieved, like origin story as well, what you've done, why this product exists, maybe some of the credibility about that product, how it's been featured in lots of publications, etc., and got rave reviews, and also demonstrate how that particular product works. This is all conscious brain processing, where the mind is thinking, okay, cool, it does these things, that makes logical sense, I like it. It's also done in the way that I like, so that values is really important to them. And they see it in action, they think, yeah, I want that. My conscious brain is happy to move forward with this decision. So I'll give you an example. Here we're working with a client in the golf niche, and we're teaching people how to fix their game. And we're saying, will it work for you? Well, golfers don't want to think about 101 different things when they're standing over the golf ball. They want simple, and that's one of the values to them. And so we're saying, look, it's a 3-step process. It's called the reverse slice sequence. It works. And we even took a study of people doing this sequence, and they found out that 213 out of 215 golfers fixed their golf slice as a result of putting this into action. So it's got the credibility, and also it's simple, and it's kind of very values aligned, because it's something that golfers can actually go do, and it feels very comfortable to them. So it aligns, it's logical, and it's got a lot of credibility there. So that Act 2 is kind of wrapped up really easy in a couple of, it's like 10 seconds or something, and it's done. Now, you also want to make sure your call to action is really strong. And something I always like to include is identity tension. And what I mean by that is we're saying to people, if you decide to click this link, you're one of us. If you don't decide to click this link, you're not one of us. Okay, let me share how this works. So you're going to want to build some assets out here. So you're going to have like things like testimonials to begin with, which is showing people just like the viewer, people just like them are getting results. So what you're really saying at the end of this video is like, people like us do things like this. People like us are getting great results because they do things like click the link and go buy this product. And so you're getting all those reviews, but you're saying to them, here's what you stand to gain if you do this. You're one of us, you get this product, and you'll gain this identity. If you don't do this, you kind of lose out on that identity. You're not the person you want to become. And that's a decision about identity is tough to say no to, and it really helps with your conversion rates. And likewise, you can always add a countdown timer at the end of your video. This is something that we've done for years now, and it works ridiculously well. So you can see an example here of these videos here. The power of the countdown timer, you'll see on the right-hand side video, it's just a split test we ran. You can see that we just got this like simple edit, a 5-second countdown timer, but that countdown timer bumped click-through rates by 32%, making a profound difference to the performance of the campaigns we're running. So it's really worthwhile adding that into your videos. So we're nearly there now with this ad creative. We're just building assets. We're not writing any scripts. We don't have to be an expert copywriter. We're keeping it simple, just using the assets to write the ad itself. Now what we're doing is we're looking at the assets for Act 1. So we know the concept is going to draw that emotion in, but we do also want to speak to the pains and the aims of your customers. So we're going to gather loads of reviews of that particular product. If you haven't got reviews, go and get your competitors' reviews. And you're going to read through those reviews of understanding exactly what the pains are of your customers and what their aims are as well, what they're trying to gain. And you can look at this and say, right, here's all their aims, here's all their pains they're experiencing. And also then you can start to put some claims that really align with that as well. I know it's nearly all rhyming here, but some of the claims can be drawn out from your testimonials. If you've had some great results and great reviews, use that to build those claims out at the start of the video. So all this can be done really quickly. It's just asset building here. And once you've got this, you're going to start to find that, right, you've got your concept, you've got your assets together, the script kind of writes itself, and you have a really, really powerful ad. Because let's face it, no one ever looks at a video ad and thinks to themselves, oh, wow, that was such clever copy. I remember exactly what they said. No one ever says that. We remember the visuals. We remember what it sounded like. We remember the emotion it drew from us. And that's what we remember, and that's what influences us. So you don't have to be good at copy. You just need to be good at getting these assets together, thinking a little bit creatively with the concept. But if you do that, you're going to start to create some really powerful YouTube ads. So that's ads. Now let's work on the fourth A, we're going to be talking a lot more about your account. Now, when it comes to building your ad account, we go through 4 stages. So we go through the build, we go through optimize, we go through scaling your ad account, and then expanding out your ad account as well. So let's focus on build to begin with. When we're building our ad accounts, we're going to have the campaign type, we're going to have the bid strategy type, the budget, the ad type, and the targeting. Okay. Now, when you look at this, when you build your campaign, let's say, for example, campaign 1 is going to be about using maximize conversions as your bid strategy type to begin with. This is when you first get started. Your budget needs to be around about 10x your target CPA. So if you're kind of aiming for around about $30 target CPA, let's say, you want to try and reserve a budget of about $300. It doesn't need to be quite that high. You could probably start with 5x and you'd be okay, but you want to give it some budget to begin with. Your ad type is going to be in-stream, because that's what we've been focusing on here. And then your targeting is going to be your custom audience number 1. Like the first custom audience you build. Okay. Now that's going to be the campaign build out. And you're like, right, that was simple. Just build that out. And there's many tutorials about how to do that if you wish. And then campaign 2, maximize conversions, 10x your target CPA, in-stream again, but this time you're going to go for custom audience number 2. I break it down by 2 different campaigns because then you can control the budget much more easily at those levels, and it gives you much more control. So 1 campaign per type of targeting. Now, when it comes to the build, you then, once you're live, you're going to want to start optimizing that particular campaign set that you've got here. So you've got campaign 1 and campaign 2. Now, the way you do that is you look at some of your macro optimization to begin with. There are hundreds of things you could optimize on, things like time of day and location targeting, etc., all that sort of stuff, but don't do that yet. Just focus on a couple things, or 3 things in particular. You want to eliminate any ages, genders, or devices that are just outliers, things that just aren't working. So if you see like a mobile device is much more expensive than a desktop device, pause it out. Okay, keep with the best performing device, the best performing age group, and the best performing gender. So you're starting to really zero in now on your ideal customer on their device at the right time, basically. And you do that for both campaigns. You're starting to really zero in, and you're saying any outliers, anything that's like not performing too well, get rid of it. And you're just working with these macro optimizations because they don't interfere with each other. Males and females are different. Mobile and desktop is different. Age groups are different. So you're not kind of conflicting. It's not like you're adding a household income on top of it where it then interferes with everything else. You're simply saying, I'm keeping it at the macro conversion, optimizing down based on those only. Now, once you've done that and you start to optimize and you're getting great CPAs, hopefully, that's the point where you can start to scale these campaigns. Now, the way you do that is to increase these budgets. That's the obvious way to start, just increase the budgets. But with maximized conversion, it's only going to take you so far. It's not going to allow you to spend thousands and thousands every single day on just a few custom audiences. You're probably going to find like a ceiling at some point, normally between $500 and $800 per day. At which point, when you have that stability and it's been reliable for a week or so, then you might want to say, right, let's move it away from maximized conversion and go for a new bid strategy type of target CPA. It's a different type of targeting or different type of bid strategy, I should say. And with that, it'll allow you to scale much further. So you're just going to flip that campaign across to a target CPA campaign, and you will then like give it a kind of a target of what you want and a budget. But as soon as it starts working really well for you, that'll scale a lot further, and it'll allow you to push a lot further as well. So that's kind of a scaling strategy. That's kind of like the vertical scaling, so to speak. And then you also have expanding out your campaigns, which would be more of your horizontal scaling at that point. We have all these other targeting options we haven't had a chance to speak about today, but they're just sitting there waiting for you to go and explore them and pretty much run the same sort of activity again to continue expanding out your whole account and getting really good results. So that completes this A4 method. We talked about audience, acquisition, ads, and account. And that's going to really help you continue to scale. And this one sheet of A4 paper is all you need to get results like these that we talked about earlier. Getting back to controlling that cost per conversion, kind of reducing that cost per conversion over time, as well as scaling at the same time. And it's all down to implementing this A4 method. Hopefully you found this very useful. This is how our simple A4 YouTube ad method creates explosive growth for D2C brands. My name is Tom Breeze, and if you want to find out more about us, go and check us out at adbuyersclub.com, or viewability.co.uk. And I look forward to hearing from you very soon. Thanks so much.
far behind at 163 million users there in Europe as well. And then obviously growing quite a lot in APAC as well and LATAM. So yeah, you can go through this in a bit more detail. We will share the slides out as well. Feel free to ping me and I'm happy to share them out. Yeah, so LinkedIn really has become kind of the main place to reach multiple decision makers across areas of intent. Average size of B2B buying committee is usually about 6.8 people. So these are people on the board, people from different departments that have an impact in that buying process. And LinkedIn is the main platform of where you can reach and interact with those audiences at scale. So moving along to account-based marketing on LinkedIn. So for those of you that have heard of ABM, but are not that familiar with ABM, and you're wondering what exactly it is, how it's how you can do it, why is it effective for your business, and why it's one of the leading things at the moment in terms of hot topics for B2B marketing. So first of all, we'll answer the question of, on slide 29, what is account-based marketing? So there's a number of different definitions, but I like this one here that we can see on slide 30, is account-based marketing is more targeted and personalized versus a spray and pray, where you just capture, create anyone in your net. You're being very specific about who you want to talk to, and it's a way for sales and marketing to align on the target. So that's essentially what it is. The common goals are the marketing activities and the sales interactions. And the main key goals here are revenue, deals closed, and retention. So what type of ABM strategies will you pursue? So start to see your target audience through the same view. So it's acquisition, really looking at a traditional application of ABM that guides new buyers from initial inspiration through to purchase. Expansion, promote a higher tiered offering complementary to product or build new relationships with different lines of business. And then retention, so ensure customers have the information they need when they need it with a personalized content for most valuable accounts. So when creating account lists, consider the 1-to-10 ratio. Typically, each marketer can support up to 10 salespeople. So every salesperson can support up to 10 accounts. So that's the main thing, really. I think one additional piece of information to add here is that the alignment between sales and marketing is crucial. So whether that's they set up a one-to-one meeting every week with the people that they're helping with their marketing activities, so both they can keep them updated on where they are with their marketing activities, but also that there's a feedback loop from the sales team to tell them how the quality of the leads is, what they need to refine, and how far along they are in the purchasing cycle. So this is really crucial. So understand the types of data and how accurate it is. So there's 3 types of data when building account lists. So you have first-party data. So this really consists of your CRM, website, mobile app, purchase data, customer information through any retention or like loyalty, anything like that you have first-party data in terms of your customers' information. The second-party data. So this is provided by another company. So it could be social channels, could be publisher relationships, it could be a data management platform, a DMP. And then the third, so this would be like third-party data in terms of intent data, technographic, indirect publisher relationships. So it's statistically aggregated from a data provider. So imagine that there are data points in there that are interesting, but it can be mixed with other points, and then you can match that and target those audiences. For a lot of means and purposes in LinkedIn, we're mostly discussing here first-party data. You could also look at maybe some second-party data, but depending on the region that you're in at the moment, I think there are certain challenges as well that we would see with, the new update with iOS, with Apple, also with the cookie issue, with not issue, but like the advancements in terms of Google and so on with the cookie update and how that's going forward. So really, I think one of the focuses could be on your first-party data, on CRM, mobile, purchase data, and then customer information that you have as well. So these are kind of key questions to consider when you're starting your ABM strategy. So it's how many accounts fit your ideal customer profile? Where do your marketing and sales team already have a strong relationship? And then what data sets do you have access to, and will they be able to help to reach all key buyers? So now that we have that, let's just start with an example that we see here. So we have an audience summary, and we can see here that we have potentially 43,000 people on LinkedIn. So on slide 36, so we have the location here. We also have the company. And then we have the audience summary then if we go further into in terms of seniorities. So we're just targeting director, VP, partner, manager, and senior. The next, then we look at what functions that they're in. They're in accounting and finance. Okay. So then if we really just tone that down and we say, okay, we just want to target a segment within that audience. Now, boardroom buying committee. So we're looking at, from the previous example, say the top 10 UK accounting firms for this example that we're looking at here. So we can see that based on the top 10 UK accounting firms, based on the seniority of that we have here, that we're looking
one pre-built model here is of customer lifetime value over 1,000, and what you're able to see here is a figure showing a lift that the model produced on a holdout sample. So it correctly guessed many more customers that will reach this threshold at the high levels of confidence here at the top decile, first decile and second and third, versus the bottom decile, it's 10th, 9th, and 8th. Showing that there is some signal that the model is able to pick up. And specifically speaking, the model is able to see some lifestyle, some personality insight signal, as well as signal into financial and household and demographic features. So what the platform allows the brand to do is actually to look at, well, in this top decile, customers that are predicted to have this higher lifetime value, what is their archetype composition? And we see that there's more experimental fund seekers when comparing this top decile with the bottom decile. Only 1% of them are in the bottom decile, and over 45 are in the top decile. So already informing you that communicating with them in this particular way, where you are showing something that is highly engaging, that is inviting them to experience new things, and is quite stimulating, could be valuable for this particular brand. In fact, for other brands, other archetypes are more important and index more, and therefore they are able to fine-tune their content creation to that direction as well. So you are also able to compare these top decile with the overall customer base and understand if there are any demographic shifts that you're also being able to observe. So by being able to really surgically create these audiences, you're able to pass on to Facebook Ads Manager for lookalike building a much more homogeneous, much more refined group of customers that share this characteristic of interest to you, and therefore the system, their machine learning engine, is able to do a better job. And so how do you put these two together? The platform allows you to combine the audiences and the content in this campaign builder, and so we can create a new campaign and immediately build out an ad set. So we can choose from options like broad targeting, specific historic performance, or this performance created by a predictive model that we just discussed. So let's see lifetime value over 1,000. And all you need to do is just select you can select a folder, and the system automatically matches all the pieces of content in that folder to the specific audience of 1,692 customers. So the hypothesis here is that by building a lookalike around them, the same content is going to also be resonating better and with more efficiencies. So you can create another ad set here, for example, surrounding an archetype that is shown quite a bit of interest or indexed a little higher. So let's do this as well. And so now you have two ad sets which we're able to combine together. Different ads were selected for these two ad sets. This now hypothesis around lifetime value and around experimental fund seekers is something that you can directly publish into Facebook as a seed audience, as a lookalike audience, publish the creatives, and then monitor the performance of this campaign directly here on the platform. So you're able to very carefully track whether you're having improvements on your cost per acquisition, whether you have improvements on your return on ad spend, and build different hypotheses, rapidly iterate to create superior campaigns. So how have brands used us, and what success have they reached? Well, actually, one of our brands, Hunter Killer, was able to score tens of thousands of their user-generated content to actually pick out which images would be best used as ads, request for those for permissions for those images, and incorporate them side by side to ads that they've historically seen work very well. And they were able to decrease their CPA by 35% and over double their return on ad spend. Being able to use machine learning in this way allowed them to do something that the team wouldn't be able to do manually. Another example of how this framework can be used is Flex Shopper, which has a little bit more of a complicated leads-based customer acquisition process. So being able to steer Facebook's lookalike engine towards more desirable customers was very important to them. And by building these predictive models, they were able to achieve a much more higher quality of leads, and by matching content, acquire them at a lower cost, overall resulting in a very successful outcomes for the business. So I hope that these examples illustrate the power that AI and machine learning can have in this space. So if you're running a marketing team or if you're running a brand and you're curious about this, please take a look, explore vendors, explore tools, and supercharge your existing teams with abilities that would allow them to compete with large brands or massive teams or even top agencies. So thank you for your attention. One last thing that I'd like to give to everyone today is the ability to use our platform for free. It's a special offer for participants of the conference. So if you're interested, please reach out. But you're able to completely freely explore the tool, upload data, understand if you can build useful models, score content, see how that compares to your previous experience, and evaluate whether this is something that could help you. And, we hope that you will take advantage of this opportunity. Our mission is to support brands, large or small, but especially smaller brands, and make them grow fast and make them being able to compete in this world of direct-to-consumer engagement via social media channels. So thank you so much for your attention, and look forward to speaking with you soon. Bye now.
Obviously on the stage that we miss so much and bringing people together. I can't wait for all of us to kind of do this with less technology and more stage and more humans around. But I'm so thankful for being here, and what a hell of an intro. Let's get after it, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, it's my biggest pleasure to have you here. It's always awesome speaking with you. And today we additionally also have a topic that everybody who is attending AdWorld must pay attention to. And I think that's one of the biggest issues, that people are not actually aware of what's happening. Do you want to kick it off with a little intro about what people should, focus on a lot more?
No, I certainly will. And this is something that's coming right off of the back of the Apple announcements, and kind of buried right at the bottom of what we are anticipating is a drop in accuracy in platform reporting. And right now the conversation is against Facebook. It really is just Facebook, yet it's going to be affecting, as you mentioned, the cookieless world. Cookieless world is coming in 2020, when Google and all these search platforms are no longer going to be applying that third-party tracking on it. But there is Snapchat and TikTok and Twitter and Instagram and all these other tools and platforms that are needing this feedback loop of information that are no longer going to get such a clear understanding of how to optimize or how to even just see the full picture of your data. And it's something that we as a brand, we as an ad agency, we as marketers all really have to come together and solve. And I had a fantastic conversation with one of your friends over there in Austria, and he was talking about, listen, we understand that we're going to be losing a lot of reporting and a lot of tracking. We estimate anywhere between 30 to 40% industry-wide, 30 to 40% of clarity on tracking on platform actions, whether it's conversion value, whether it's cost per carts, checkouts, leads, all of these things. Why is that?
Hold on. Let me stop you. You're saying that advertisers, brands, people doing online marketing, everybody here at AdWorld basically will lose 30 to 40% of data.
Correct. This is what we're being told. Now, I think this is a worst case scenario. Why I think this is a worst case scenario is because even when we're having conversations with Facebook, which again, a lot of this conversation will be shifted and be focused towards Facebook, because that is the primary platform that people are spending majority of their capital on. Whether you're an advertiser, whether you're a brand, whether you're an agency, whether you market, you most likely have 50+% of your budget going to Facebook. If you have it elsewhere, God bless you. I wish I was as good as you guys. I really would. But this is serious. Like, this is when we're talking to data providers or data tools or other agencies or other brands that are trying to figure out this tracking and trying to figure out how are we going to get the information clear enough and quick enough to make optimizations in real time. That's the beauty of digital marketing. That's the beauty of Facebook. That's the beauty of this quick feedback loop, is the fact that you can launch it, understand it, optimize it, scale it, or turn it off, right? People still forget that back in the day, you used to advertise in a billboard or a newspaper or some sort of hard or snail mail, right? And that is where we were getting our ROI. Like, they would have to take multiple days. The attribution was a lot harder to track. And when we're sitting here going like, yeah, we might lose 30 to 40% of overall, I think that's on the high end. I think that's the worst case scenario. And just to make sure that everybody understands what they're losing is iOS, Apple's operating system is no longer communicating what that user ID is to these advertising platforms, because they want to, quote unquote, in their words, protect the user from being tracked, which, as you and I all know, and you attending, we need that. That isn't tracking. That's just giving them more quality content, more things that they actually already interested in to potentially purchase or maybe consume or maybe download. Like, if anything, I believe, and I would love your opinion on this too, and I think everybody else has this opinion with me, I hope, if the tracking goes away, the users of these platforms might be even more frustrated because they're going to get ads that are not relevant to their interests.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I mean, I love how Apple frames it, right?
Oh.
So they're acting in the interest of the consumer and data protection. But we all know that this is an open war and it's more about money than anything else. But maybe we can step one step back, actually, and tell everybody who might not be aware of that, what is actually going on. Because as you mentioned, it's a war right now, or a battle, Facebook against Apple. But the war and what's going on is a lot bigger, right? You actually published a white paper that I read a time ago, where you said is really actually Apple against the world of digital advertising until Apple joins those digital advertisers. And right now they have a different business model. So maybe you can give us a little bit of background and why this all started, and then we'll move into what that means for people who want to advertise right now.
Understood. Yeah, thank you for putting me back in this position, because I think that's extremely important for them to understand where I'm coming from this, because I'm 100% Apple products. I'm on all Apple things. I will continue to be a consumer there. But that's exactly it. They are a hardware product service. Outside of them selling music and apps and that ecosystem of, I guess you would say, consistent revenue on that end, they were not an ad platform. The Googles, the Facebooks, the Snapchats, the TikToks, they're selling data, for lack of a better explanation. They're selling our data through these other hardware and device sellers, Apple, Android. And that's where they're capitalizing on. Well, Apple's never been that way. They don't want to be that way. So they say. Obviously, there's a lot of changes that could potentially happen. And I've done a little bit of digging myself, and I know one of our great friends on this, D-Dang, has done such deep analysis in this space. Apple, and our prediction is, I'm not saying it's tinfoil hat based on what we're reading, but I believe they get into this advertising platform and they build their own sort of ecosystem, similar to what Amazon is. You don't necessarily know what's happening inside the Amazon ecosystem, but you know that is their own advertising ecosystem. So I do believe Apple might have something there. I would say every single time Apple comes with a new update, it's Pixel Armageddon, or everybody on the marketing side kind of cries like, oh wait, how are we going to be able to track or know what's happening with our data? Facebook, Snapchat, Google, their entire core businesses are built off of understanding and extracting that data. Do you think that this empire is going to crumble under just a couple of changes? They can't afford it. They cannot afford to continue to invest in these tools and getting the data and providing that data back to them. So yes, it might be frustrating right now and to understand, listen, the core business model of Apple is to sell devices. The core business model of our advertising platforms is to sell information so that we can have more relevant things to potentially be a part of our devices. So it's an ecosystem that they need both of ourselves. Because one of the big complaint in the big area is within the app developer ecosystem, because that's where a lot of the revenue kind of comes from. Well, where do you think the apps are getting the interest or the eyes to potentially get the downloads on? The Facebooks, the Instagrams, the WhatsApps, the app platforms. So Facebook, as much, and Apple, as much as they want to like go back and forth against each other, they really do need each other. And I kind of use this in a very, like, I guess, harsh way of, it seems like it's an ugly divorce, but the child is this giant bag of money that they cannot neglect, whether you're Apple or whether you're Facebook.
Yeah, that's mean, but it kind of hits the point. Yeah.
It's very accurate in the sense of they both have an invested interest in making sure that this works. So it is a very big political and PR play from both sides.
Understood. Well, let's see what comes out of this, but definitely whatever happens between Apple and Facebook now will also very much shape the entire industry, right? So can you give us a little bit of background on what actually is going to happen most likely over the next couple of months?
Right. So I'll give you the 4 technical things that we should expect right here. The first thing is going to be the ATT prompt. So as soon as you're about to log into your app, you might have already been getting it now because they're doing a little bit of regional testing. Apple is on the device side. It's the ability to opt in to continue to be tracked. Now they are using, you kind of alluded to this, they're using some very harsh language to kind of take a stance on, would you like to be tracked? That is not the case. We all understand it is technically tracking, but it's actually giving you more relevant things that you would want to purchase. So this first thing is the prompt that should be coming up as you get an update up to go into 14.5, the iOS update. The next thing would be the lack of detailed interests and audience reporting. This, we've already seen some major announcements out of Facebook where they're getting rid of Facebook analytics. This to me was a tool that my team used. I know a lot of other teams used to get a little bit of granularity in what that purchase path was and how long it might take for maybe a product that sells for 100, 200, maybe even in the thousands. So losing that bigger window of attribution, which is a lot of the reason why some of these newer brands or the people that are just starting out were able to make Facebook ads work, is because they had this long attribution window to kind of judge performance. Well, that goes away from 1 to 28 days all the way back to like 1-7. Now, I will go into like, how do we solve this? How do we talk through this? And how do we kind of build around that later on? But in this specifically, losing the visibility into that deeper attribution model will provide a little bit of headaches, solvable, completely solvable, no issues here. And then the last one that I believe will be something for me and our team and your team to kind of like navigate through is the random updates of the last 48 to 72 hours of data. What Facebook has completely told us is, as we look into our ad account, say we're logging in the day of, we're going to go in and make some optimizations. The data between the last 48 to even almost as far as 72 hours ago is not fully updated or accurate. What does that mean? And anytime I get these questions from people, I'm going back and forth with all my other nerds and geeks about this. They don't know what this means. They're just looking at the data going, so Nick, what I understand is when I read my data in the platform, and it might show me a 1, 2, 3, 4x ROAS, whatever that is. That actually might not be the data that I'm looking at on the day of. So if I'm on Tuesday, I'm looking at Tuesday. It might not be the Tuesday data. I actually think it's going to be the Monday, Sunday, or Saturday data that's just not reporting. It's me.
That's a nightmare.
Yes, and it kind of removes the secret weapon of what? Of the real-time understanding of data and attribution and decision-making, which puts me into this other spiral of like, well, how do we really know how to advertise them?
Thank you very much. Well, that's definitely challenges to solve, all right? So looking at those challenges, obviously with all challenges, there's opportunities, right? And so I'm happy for everybody who's watching this right now, because this is their chance to prepare. The question then, of course, is if we have those 4 issues, right? What are people supposed to do? What's like the first, the second, the third, the fourth thing that people should tackle now, so they are at least ahead of the curve and better prepared than their competition?
Yeah, so this is something that won't be new, and so you should hear a lot of people that are leading in this industry talking about this, and it's truly understanding the marketing messages that are driving conversion, truly understanding the angles in which you guys are communicating, why a consumer needs to buy, download, subscribe, or fill out your form. And this is something that's not new, but we've been very lazy because these platforms that we leverage have such unbelievable targeting, and it takes a lot of like the thought work and the guesswork, because there's a lot of companies that were built in the last couple of years that didn't necessarily have to invest tons of time of understanding their audience, copywriting, and creating specific content per platform, per angle, per person, per persona. So the first step that we jump into is like, okay, if I'm going to lose clear reading or super accurate understanding, let's say 30 to 40% of my understanding of who's taking action on platforms are going to go away from me. What do I build? How do I structure? What does that look like for me to kind of get a clear understanding of this? The first thing is, how do we survey our consumers? The first thing we have to do is learning to send out the right questions and send out the right surveys, so that we're getting the data and feedback as to why they're buying the product, why they need this product, and why this is solving that problem for you. The second thing is you have to invest in copywriting and content creation. This is something that is going to be whether you're hiring an outsourced team, whether you're having and building that internal team. I have a lot of thoughts on this too, because we've been having to try and solve this as it comes into this current change that we are all anticipating. And that to me looks like someone that owns your creative director, that just owns the brand wholeheartedly, because that isn't going to be an outsourced agency or an outsourced freelancer, because they don't live and breathe that brand, right? They are going to be an amplification of what it is you're currently doing. If you aren't giving them enough of that clear messaging, if you aren't giving them enough of that clear stance or presence, they're not going to know exactly which direction to take it in. The final thing that I would say on this is channel dependency. We used to always just use one channel, maybe 2 channels at max. We have to start investing in these dollars on these other channels, whether it's owning organic, building up the email list and the retention side, as well as a little bit of the SMS stuff. I know it's interesting on the international side of SMS, but really not putting all of our eggs in the single basket of what Facebook is. We're not putting our eggs in the single basket of what Snapchat is. That to me is already an issue that we've all been relying on. But because it's been so good up until this point, we've never had it need a reason to change. And that final one I would tell you is never optimize against a one-day click. No one's ever gone broke by optimizing on a one-day click, and it's not ideal. I get it, especially if there's a lot of, especially if your value of a product is a little bit more on the higher end side, 60, 70, 80. There's consideration period. There is a real thing of YouTube conversions. But if you're able to build a model around a one-day click, whether it's Facebook being your source of truth, whether it's going to be Google Analytics, whether it's your UTMs, allowing that one-day click be the benchmark of where you make your decisions will at least help the business have a clear understanding of benchmarking.
Fantastic. Wow, that's a lot to digest actually, but I appreciate that. That's very concrete and actionable tips. I love that. I also love the focus on content and really understanding a brand and get that out. I think that's something that a lot of companies are not doing enough nowadays. And that actually leads me to my next question, which is there's obviously people watching us here right now who own a brand, right? They build their own brand, they build their own company, sell their own products. And there's also a lot of agency owners, marketeers, affiliates here, right? Yeah. Do you see any difference in how those should approach things. Because obviously for agencies, for affiliates, a difference in tracking might change their entire business model. For brands, it might just change their approach. What's your take on this and the differences depending on who you are and what you sell?
Oh, this is something I really, really reflect on. I actually spend a lot of my time thinking about this because we own brands. We have people close to us that own brands. We are marketers and we work closely with affiliates. So all of them are one and the same. And what I mean by like visibility into the decision making. The brands need to understand the decision making. The affiliates, marketers, and agencies, well, let's put them on, let's say they're on the advertiser side versus the offer or the owned brand side. Let's start with the brand side. Right now, up until this point, maybe you're a marketer, maybe you're not a marketer, maybe you have a great product, you're a product person. You've relied on other people of telling you like what you should do on these platforms, how much you should spend, what your ROAS looks like on these platforms specifically. Now, unless that's being tied to what we call an MER or marketing efficiency ratio, or your net profitability at whether you're in Shopify, WooCommerce, whatever that may be, your true north is what you need profit and margin wise at the end of that one day. Now, when us as advertisers, we're always going to be asking, hey, we want to push as much spend as possible at as much scale as possible at the perfect level of scale and efficiency. We don't want it to be extremely efficient. We don't want the 4, 5, 6, 7x return because that means we're leaving cash on the table and we'd rather acquire that customer. And that's the agency, the marketer, the affiliate side of things where we want to continue to push. But you as the brand owner, by setting very, very clear monthly, quarterly, and yearly targets, it's going to allow all of your partners to understand what you're mapping towards. Not holding individual, we like to call them channel mercenaries, the advertisers, to just Facebook, just Instagram, just Snapchat, just something. Allow them to use their portfolio because it really is an ecosystem. And we have this by first time experiences, when a brand comes to us like, hey, you're really good at these things, just do those things. Well, it can't be that way anymore because there's a lot more hands there's a lot more hands coming into this pot. And there's a lot of different user experiences as they're using different platforms. It might be the same exact brand, but they're interacting much differently, whether it's on Snap versus Instagram and Facebook. So on the brand side, it really is understanding and owning two metrics. What is your net profitability, your marketing earned, or your MER, and your CAC, new customer cost to acquire them, new CAC. Because as each one of our platforms get more and more expensive, it still doesn't matter as long as we're able to acquire at the end of the month, at the end of the quarter, at the end of the year, that customer at a certain CAC that's needed for you to be profitable on each unit sold. So that to me is, on the brand side, you have to own these numbers, and that's the truest thing that you can hold against yourself because those are your KPIs. After that, everything else is just kind of noise, and it doesn't matter what your followers is, your growth is, your subscribe rate is, as long as it's making money at the end of the day, the brand side's in a good position.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, understood. Okay, I want to also hear a couple of things that people should not do, right? I'm a person who works with goals and not goals, right? I want to understand what I should not focus on, so I have time for the stuff that matters. What's like your top 3 things that I should not focus on, given all the changes that we're gonna see over the coming month?
On the brand side, something that I would not focus on is channel-specific ROAS targets. I understand that it has to be a goal that we set because it holds everybody accountable, but that's not the true source of data. That's not the true source of clarity, because there's a lot more things happening within that platform. And especially if we're going to be losing visibility on what those metrics look like, you can't be so reliant on what that Facebook, Instagram, or Snapchat is going to be showing you. That is something up until this point, maybe I would say even up until 2020, we were able to like judge and run the business off of what that 1 or 2 single channels were showing. We can't play that anymore. You have to look at the one source of truth. You have to have your own internal attribution model. You can't let Facebook's 28-day, Snap's 7-day swipe up, and Google's last click be the dictator, because everyone's going to be clamoring for those conversions.
Absolutely, yeah. I see that in a lot of conversations that I have during AdWorld now. Like omnichannel is, well, not a new thing, but it's something, it's an old thing that people should finally really take into consideration. And obviously they also have to have a model where they work on attribution and really make sense of all that data, but it's now or never, I guess. Okay, 2 more things to not focus on. Do you have anything?
Yeah, the second one is if you're agency marketer or you're whether it's your agency, your freelancer, your marketing department, if they're coming back to you having conversations about interests and audiences, that's a conversation you shouldn't be having, because interests and audiences aren't as impactful as angles and concepts and positioning. So shifting the conversation away from like, what audiences are we targeting, or what campaign structures should we be doing? Which, yes, I'm not saying that's not important. It's just not the most important thing to be focused on if you're a brand, even if you're an advertiser. It's what communication, what angle, what positioning is resonating the best. Because a lot of this conversation needs to move away from, I'm targeting Kim Kardashian, Khloe Kardashian, and Kylie Kardashian. I'm targeting these three, versus us going like, actually, when we show up close image of a woman's face versus up close image of a woman's arm versus an up close image of a woman's hair, these are performing better for us. That response from the consumer is way more important than this internal number of interest or audiences.
Fantastic. Okay, cool. Do you have one more tip?
I do. My final one is,
okay,
you're probably already gonna guess this. If you're analyzing your marketing budget right now, and it's heavily skewed towards advertising dollars versus content creation dollars, revisit the budget. Revisit the budget in the sense of how much should be allocated towards creating new content on a consistent basis versus amplifying the content on your current consistent basis. Right now, what we're asking with brands, say they come to us or they want to talk through, hey, we have $100,000 to spend. How much of this should go into advertising? How much of this go into investing in the content? But use 100,000 as a simple metric. Minimum 30%, $30,000 of this entire thing should be invested in the content. $70,000 of the amplification of that content. Now that could be done at $100, $30. The numbers are relevant. The main thing is a larger portion of what we believe in the past of just amplifying was and doing small iterations and changes need to be more well thought out, thought through, and invested in, which takes a lot of time and analysis.
Wow, that's a lot to consider. Okay, thank you. I love that budget split idea. That's actually something that I really have to make my clients and people I work with really aware of. You would think that people work in budgets and work in understanding those budgets, but the problem is that usually those things just don't fit together. Nobody's looking at that like from top down, understanding how those things also move together to push everything forward. Thank you. That's amazing. Okay, unfortunately, we're almost out of time. We could go on with this forever. I want to have like a couple quick tips for our audience to get started. So first, we get everybody scared. Then we give a little bit of the background of everything. Now we gave some do's and don'ts, and I want to close this off with 1, 2, or 3, whatever you have top of mind action steps for people to implement right now.
Absolutely. Thank you for asking this, because we just went through this. The progression of creative, and I'm talking specifically on Facebook right now, the progression of creative should start with an image and very big, bold text. What I mean by this is picture the memes that we get, or the quotes that we get on Instagram that are shared very frequently or often. Using, because Facebook removed the large text rule, using a colored background, because that's important. The color that's choice, the color that you're choosing to run as an ad is extremely important. Using the on-branded colors, or the most standout colors on the feeds, which from our analysis is yellow, pink, and green. Those 3 are the ones that stand out and are clicked on the most with the highest CTR: yellow, pink, and green. However you want to do with that, variations, it's up to you. And use the trigger words for an angle that is specific to the consumer that you're trying to speak to. Let me give you an example on this. Say we were to talk about antimicrobial sheets. The background might be a yellow, pink, or green, but the quote might be college teen needing to refresh. That's it. That's literally it. Using those words as like a litmus test to understand, should I continue to go deeper in this direction? That way you can expand on it with actual real creatives. You can expand on it on a testimonial. You can expand on it on any other version that involving of those specific words. Another example would be, if you are a housewife and you're doing too much laundry, and the antimicrobial might be the way of like doing less laundry. Stuck at home washing too many X. This way, all it is big, bold text with the different colored backgrounds. See how this performs, whether you're using a dynamic creative test or you're just using an original post ID. allow that to be a dictation as to going back to your creative team, your copywriting team, and be like, all right, guys, here's the initial path forward. Let's run with this. And obviously, I have to make sure that we are very, very clear on this. You're always optimizing for conversion. No video views, no engagement, nothing else.
Absolutely. I love that. That feeds very much into what you said before about content, right? And the two examples that you gave, they really, if I understood correctly, you call out who they are, right? And the solution that they're looking for. But you're doing that right in the beginning. That's something that should be obvious, but it wasn't to me. So thanks for sharing.
No,
that's
this is
cool.
important. This is extremely important because it's the cheapest way to validate a concept or idea. It's the same thing like a tool called PickFu, where you can put in a couple of words and let people vote on whether they like this or they don't like this. It's so quick, it's so easy, and it works in our routine. So we'll do this every month. We'll have our list of angles or keywords that we're seeing trending. Maybe it's a 5-star reviews on Amazon, or it's a 1-star review on Amazon. And we're just putting these words in our tests and allowing these words to kind of dictate, okay, we have to go develop this a little bit more. Oh, these ones didn't hit. Well, there might be an outlier that we didn't even think of. So it's easy and small spend to really put the entire creative team in the right direction.
That's amazing. We may not need tracking after all if we're that good in content and so creative in putting things together. Thank you so much, Nick. As always, this was enlightening, and I appreciate talking with you. Thank you for all the value you're providing to our audience here. Pleasure speaking with you.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you for your time, man.
What an incredible day one of AdWorld. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. But now get ready for our biggest day yet, day 2 of AdWorld, where we're gonna have absolutely amazing people join us at the show, including people like Seth Godin, Craig Clemens, Nila Ali, Pat Flynn, and so many more. Make sure to be back tomorrow. Put your alarms on extra loud. I can't wait to have you back for day 2 tomorrow. We'll see you then.